Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Goldilocks who, for no other reason besides wanting to get rich, decided to go into business for herself. Taking all the money that she had earned as a chimney sweep, she purchased a large lodge high up in the mountains and set about the task of turning it into a winter resort. She worked very hard getting things ready for the happy, money-bearing crowds that were soon to come, and then, at last, she was done. It was opening day, and she flung open the doors.
Welcome to Goldie's, winter vacationers!
But alas, not one single winter vacationer showed up, for unfortunately, Goldilocks had overlooked one little detail. She had opened her winter resort in the summer.
Oh, drat.
But being a quite intelligent young lady, she immediately realized her mistake.
110 in the shade. My winter resort is much too hot.
And quickly came to a sensible solution.
I will take a walk in the woods until winter comes and cools things off.
And off she went. Now, it so happened that in another part of the forest, not too far away, there lived 3 bears. There was Papa Bear.
I'm Mama Bear.
Oh. And Baby Bear.
I'm Papa Bear.
Oh. Then you must be Baby Bear.
No, my name is Clyde. I'm just passing through.
I am Baby Bear.
Are you sure?
No.
Oh, well, never mind. You'll do. And all summer long, the 3 bears romped.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la.
And played in the forest.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
And were very, very happy.
Doody-doody-doo.
Then, one day, as everybody knew it would, winter came, and it was time for the 3 bears to hibernate.
I'm getting sleepy.
I'm getting sleepy too.
Not me. Let's romp and play some more. Doody-doody. Do I have to go to sleep?
Yes. Now come on.
And off they went in search of a place to sleep for the winter. After a while, they came to a big cave, and they went inside, but could not sleep, for it was much too cold.
It's freezing in here.
Yeah, it is sure free. How do I know when I'm cold, Papa?
You turn blue. Let's get out of here.
On they searched until finally they came to Goldilocks' lodge. They scurried up onto the front porch, and Baby Bear carefully tried the front door.
Look, Papa, it's open.
Well, don't just stand there. Go in. Go in.
And once inside, they found that it wasn't too hot, it wasn't too cold, but it was just right. Here was the place where they would spend the winter.
I think I'll sleep here on the sofa.
I'll sleep here in front of the fireplace.
And I will play the piano. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. If you keep hitting me like that, someday you're going to break my spirit.
Never mind. Get to sleep before I rock you to sleep.
With a real rock?
Yes.
Night, Papa.
Meanwhile, little Goldilocks had stopped walking the woods, for winter had come, and winter vacationers could be seen coming up the highway in droves. Goldilocks dashed back to her winter resort, ready for business, but when she arrived at the lodge...
Somebody's been fooling with my door. Somebody's been fooling with my piano.
Somebody's making too much noise. I can't sleep.
A bear!
Good heavens, where?
Oh, what's going on?
Another bear!
What time is it?
Good grief, there's 3 of them.
Well, realizing that having bears in her lodge would surely frighten her customers away, she hurriedly tried to get rid of them.
Get out! What do you think you're doing here?
We're hibernating. What are you doing here?
I own the place.
That's no excuse, young lady. Now, go away. I'm sleepy.
And I'm sleepy.
Not me.
Shut up.
Well,
Well,
I'm
I'm not sleepy, Papa. I don't want to stay here.
Oh, what a mess. Here I am, Goldilocks and the 3 bears.
Hey, Goldilocks and the 3 bears. See, that'll make a good title for a story.
Shut up.
Well, we're
I
gonna
don't
stay
want
right
to
right
with me
here.
anymore,
Yes, we
Papa,
are,
really.
The vacationers, they're here. All right, you asked for it. Now I'm going to take care of you once and for all.
Don't shoot! I'm a mama bear!
Don't shoot. I'm a Papa Bear.
Don't shoot. I'm not sleepy.
Shut up.
And so Goldilocks opened her winter resort right on schedule, and it was a huge success right from the start. And what happened to the three bears? Well, Goldilocks solved the problem nicely. For not having the heart to shoot them, she arranged it so they could stay for the winter without bothering a soul. And there they slept, happily ever after.
Not me, I'm not sleepy.
Shut up!
You all remember the story of Beauty and the Beast, how a beautiful girl fell in love with a beast and by her love changed him into a handsome prince. You may even remember that they got married and they lived happily ever after, for a while anyway. But what you may not remember is that they had a little boy named, Fletcher.
Prince Fletcher.
Oh, yes, of course, yes, Prince Fletcher. Prince Fletcher grew into a handsome man, but he wasn't happy just being handsome.
I want to be famous, like Daddy.
Alas, being the son of a great man, don't tell me, Fletcher, of course, Fletcher could never get any respect for himself. He tried being a soldier.
Once more into the breach, dear friend.
By the way, old man, how's your father?
He tried being a lover.
My darling, ask anything of me, and it's yours.
Good. Can I have your father's autograph?
He even tried disguising himself and doing good deeds.
Take this gold, my dear man.
Hey, you kid, where's your pop?
Prince Fletcher became so sad that he went to the court counselor for advice.
Why can't I be famous like Daddy?
Because, my boy, he was in a book. To be a public figure, you need to have a book written about you.
Oh, is that all? Well, I'll see some writer chap immediately.
And within a few minutes, Prince Fletcher arrived at the office of a writer named Scrivener.
Sordid J. Scrivener. I'm the prince.
Yeah, I met your father once.
I want you to write a book about me. An exciting book.
Right, okay. Now tell me about your personal struggle.
Struggle?
Sure. Look, like this one. 20 years a jewel thief. Written by a man who is now admired and respected by those around him.
Really?
Sure, the other prisoners love him. And here's one about a guy who used to smuggle in Scotch terriers. I call it hot dog.
But I never had a struggle.
Or how about your near-fatal illness, like this one here? How to have mumps for fun and profit.
I've never been sick.
Ever been threatened by danger, like the hero of The Monster and Me?
Well, I was once scratched by a pusscat.
Nah, it'd never sell to the movies.
Isn't there anything you can write about me?
Let's see, Hey, I got it. Now look,
Fletcher. Prince Fletcher.
Yeah, well, Fletch, how about you being a beast that turns into a handsome prince? We'll call the book, we'll call it The Beast in Me, or Like Father, Like Son.
Well...
It's my best offer.
Done.
Right. Now let's hurry. Us freelance people gotta have a quick turnover.
And in a few moments, Prince Fletcher and his writer stood before a little hut in the woods.
Winona Witch, magic spells, and peanut butter cookies.
That's right, dearie. I put in a sideline.
Well, Winona, we're here to do business.
Good. How many boxes?
Boxes. We need a magic spell.
Oh.
We want you should turn this,
Prince Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletcher, into a beast.
Didn't I know your father?
Get on with it.
Very well. Beast. Oh, yes. Boogly, kazan.
Well, that's better. Here, fella, take a look at yourself.
My, could I borrow your comb?
No time now. We gotta get started on your story. First, you gotta act like a beast.
How's that?
I don't know, you scared a couple of people. Here, try your luck on these old ladies.
Very well. Pardon me, ladies, but boo.
It's a beast!
Oh, ow, oh!
Wonderful. What a reaction. Great.
All right, what's all this?
Oh, a beast, eh?
Well, I'm not really. You see,
Move along, move along.
Ow! Ow!
What a story. The whole world hates you, and yet you fight on.
Must I?
Then the best part of the story. You return to your castle, your own gods attack you.
It's a beast!
Oh, boy, it'll sell 1 million copies.
Lower the drawbridge!
And now it's time for the last chapter, the return to normal and the happy ending.
Oh, good.
But just then the writer's servant appeared with a message for him.
What? Oh, you'll have to excuse me,
Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletch. I got a new assignment. A gal named Riding Hood. Boy, what a story she's got.
But what about my last chapter?
Here's my pen. Write it yourself.
But I can't write.
And so poor Beast was left alone with no one to do his life story. There was just one thing to do. Go back to the witch and be changed into a prince again. And so he did. But wait. What are you doing?
It's my new job. Advertising manager for Winona Witch Cookies.
But if you stay a beast, you'll be a loathsome monster. Everybody will hate you.
Of course, but just think. They'll all remember my name.
Eee! It's the beast!
There, you see what I mean? I'm so pleased.
It was once spoken that,
Gratitude is a quality not limited to man.
though just why it was spoken, no one has ever been quite certain. For at the time of the saying, there lived a poor slave named Androcles.
My friends call me Andy.
However, he was seldom called Andy because
I don't have any friends.
Androcles was owned by a wealthy merchant who treated him cruelly and forced him to work very hard. From morning till night he did the cooking, made the bed, scrubbed the floors, and mended his master's torn togas. And for the tiniest little mistake he was punished severely.
Oh, hold still, master. There's a fly on your nose.
Don't hit him with that, you idiot. You'll hurt me. Get the fly spray.
Yes, master. Got him.
All right, that did it. Now you know what's going to happen to you.
No, master. Not that.
Ah, but the merchant showed him no mercy. He made him stand in the corner for 2 hours. Time after time, Androcles tried to please his master and win his gratitude, but never with any success.
Come, master. I have prepared a nice hot bath for you.
Well, how nice. Oh!
Was the water a tiny bit too hot for master?
And, of course, he was again severely punished.
I can't stand another minute of this inhuman punishment. I'll run away, and I'll search the world for someone who will give me gratitude for what I do.
And so he did. For that very night, as his master lay sleeping, he stole out of the house and scurried away into the darkness. The next morning, Androcles was deep in the forest where he was certain his master would never find him. He was walking along his merry way when suddenly a voice called to him from a dense thicket.
Oh there, stranger.
Ho yourself. Who speaks?
It is I.
Androcles found himself face to face with the biggest, fiercest-looking lion he had ever seen. He was terrified and turned on his heels to flee and would have gotten away but for a huge tree that slightly blocked his path. Certain that the lion was upon him, he looked over his shoulder but noticed that the beast was simply lying there, moaning and whimpering piteously.
What seems to be the trouble?
I have a vicious thorn in my paw, and it hurts me terribly. Please have pity. Pull it out for me.
Are you kidding? If I got that close to you, you'd grab me and eat me up.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. Honest Injun. Remove the thorn. I will be your friend for life.
The poor beast's pleadings were so convincing and he seemed so sincere that Androcles decided to take a chance.
Careful now, careful.
Hold still.
Oh!
The lion was overjoyed with relief and thanked Androcles profusely.
You know, I really feel he's grateful.
Oh, I am grateful.
Androcles was very pleased, for he had finally earned gratitude for something he had done. He bid the lion farewell and went on his way. Several days later, however, fate struck Androcles a cruel blow, for he was captured by soldiers and taken to the city and thrown into the dungeon. It was there that he learned that he was to be used in the circus.
Being in the circus isn't too bad. I mean, maybe they'll let me be a clown.
It isn't that kind of a circus, friend. They're gonna throw you to the lion.
This is sure gonna ruin my summer.
The following day, the stands were filled, and the emperor and all his court came to view the spectacle. A hush fell over the arena. Androcles trembled. The signal was given. The steel door creaked open, and with a mighty roar, a gigantic, ferocious lion bounded into the arena. The beast had been kept without food for several weeks to make him even more fierce, and he shook his great head with rage. The quaking Androcles prepared to meet his fate when, suddenly, he recognized the lion as the same one from which he'd removed the thorn. A wave of relief swept over him as he shouted,
Leo, wait, it's me, Andy. Do you remember me?
Yeah. You took the thorn out of my paw.
Right. And you were grateful because I did you a favor, so now you won't eat me.
I sure am hungry.
I know, but you still won't eat me. I'm your friend.
They didn't feed me for 2 weeks.
But you still won't eat me, will you? Will you?
Lion, 1. Androcles.
Oh, dear. So as you can plainly see, dear friends, the moral to this story is that if you ever do a favor for a great beast with long teeth and sharp claws, and he tells you that he will be forever grateful, don't you believe him. Because you can just bet your boots that he's a lion. There was once an old fisherman who, in over 40 years of fishing, never caught a fish. Because of this, he was forced to live, with his wife, in a miserable little hovel close by the sea. But though they were very, very poor, he was very, very happy. But being so very, very poor made his wife very, very unhappy.
No money, no food, no nothing. Just a kooky husband.
Then, one day, as the fisherman sat mending his nets,
Oh, alas, poor husband, you must surely be addle-headed.
Why do you say that?
Why else would you be so happy when we're so poor?
Yeah, it does seem kind of silly, doesn't it? But you just wait. Someday I'm going to catch a fish, and then things will be different.
the old fisherman didn't know it then, but things were to be very different very soon. For the next day, when he hauled in his net,
Wow, I finally did it. I caught a fish. I caught a fish.
yes, it was a fine big fish, and a most unusual fish to say the least, for it spoke to him.
How do you do?
Oh, hello there. You know, you're the very first fish I ever... What'd you say?
I said, how do you do?
Oh, come on. You can't say that.
Why not?
Well, because fish can't talk. That's why.
But I can, and I'm asking you, please, let me go.
The fish pleaded so hard, and the fisherman was so shocked at hearing the fish talk that he did let him go. Then that evening, when he returned to his hovel,
Catch any fish?
Yeah? Nice big fat one. But I let him go.
Let him go. Why?
He asked me to.
Oh, well, as long as he... What? The fish asked you to let him go.
Yeah.
certain now that her poor husband was more addle-headed than ever, the wife wrapped hot towels around the fisherman's head and gave him a bitter medicine that was guaranteed to clear even the most clouded mind.
Oh, a talking fish indeed.
Look, he did talk to me, and I can prove it.
Early the next morning, the fisherman returned to the spot where he had caught the fish and called out loudly,
Talking fishy in the sea. Please come up and talk to me.
With that, the big fish returned to the surface and said,
You called?
Yeah, my wife thinks I'm addle-headed because I heard you talk. Please come home with me so I can prove you do.
Very well. You did me a favor, so I shall return it. Let's go.
The fisherman quickly took the fish back to his hovel, but his wife was nowhere to be seen. So he put the fish into their bed to keep him warm and set off in search of her. A short time later, the wife, who had been out collecting seashells by the seashore, returned, and seeing what she thought to be her husband in the bed,
Lazy lout, what are you doing in bed? You should be out fishing.
I beg your pardon, madam, but I am not your husband. I am really...
A talking fish.
That is correct, madam.
Eek!
the poor woman's hair stood on end. Then, 2 hours later, when the fisherman finally coaxed his wife down off of the roof,
Yeah, now you see, dear, the fish did talk.
Okay, but get him out of here.
but the fish, who, of course, had never been in a soft, warm bed before, liked it so much that he said,
Oh, please don't throw me back into that cold, old ocean. Let me stay.
No, I refuse to have a talking fish in my bed.
Oh, let me stay. I will grant you 3 wishes.
Oh, boy, 3 wishes. Hey, that could make us rich.
The wife was delighted at the prospect of being rich and agreed to let the fish stay. Then they set about the task of making their first wish.
Now, a talking fish is something you don't see every day. So, why don't we wish for a big theater so we can make people pay to hear him?
So be it, number 1.
The wish was granted, and they suddenly found themselves owners of the largest theater in the village.
Now what?
That's easy. Now we've got to wish for lots of tickets to sell.
So be it, number 2.
The wish was granted, and they now had thousands of tickets. Everyone in the country wanted to hear the talking fish, so in no time at all, every ticket was sold.
Oh, boy, look at the money. Oh, we're rich at last. We still have another wish coming, so let's use it.
For what?
Who cares? Anything.
No, we better save it.
He's right. After all, it is your last
Now,
wish.
you stay out of this. Let's use it.
Save it.
But I think
Use it.
Save it.
But-
Use it.
but-
Oh, I wish you'd shut up.
So be it, number 3.
Oops, I goofed.
The third and last wish was granted, and the fish was never to speak again. Of course, the audience demanded their money back, and the fisherman and his wife were run out of town as frauds. Poor, once again, they returned to their hovel, where several days later a strange thing happened. For a small cat wearing boots approached them, and,
Howdy!
That cat! It talked!
Right. You see, I'm...
But before the little cat in the boots could continue, the fisherman and his wife tied a gag around his mouth, and he could not say another word. Which is just as well, dear friends, for Puss in Boots is another story. A long, long time ago, there was a little kingdom which perched on the top of a high mountain. The king of this little kingdom was constantly trying to find new ways to raise money to buy the things he thought the country needed. Like, a new robe for the king, for instance.
How much is it?
500 pezuzas, Your Majesty.
Well, I'll have to levy another tax on the little people.
But we already have a tax on everything, Majesty. What can you tax them for?
Easy. I'll just tax them for being little people.
Hear ye, all people under 4'6" will be taxed accordingly.
Well, there weren't very many people that little. Matter of fact, only one family in the kingdom was under 4'6", the goblins, and they didn't like it a bit.
Maybe we don't have height, but we've got heart. If you're gonna live on this mountain, you gotta pay the tax. Then we won't live on the mountain. We'll live in the mountain. Come on, all you goblins.
And the whole goblin family entered a hole in the side of the mountain and shut the door.
And you better be careful from now on, or the goblins will get you if you don't watch out.
But, as we said, that was a long, long time ago. Since then, many kings had come and gone, tall, short, and medium. But the goblins still lived inside of the mountain, from where they would sally forth on moonlight nights to try to get people.
Hey, Sam.
Huh?
What do we do with the people when we get them?
Don't ask me. We never got one yet.
But sneaky though they were, the goblins had 2 weaknesses. First, they had very, very tender feet.
Oh, Sam, on my foot, take it off. It's killing me.
What's on it?
A feather.
Oh, I bet that hurt.
The goblin's second weakness was poetry.
Yeah, we hate it.
And that's one of the reasons they never got anybody. For all a person had to do was to say,
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Oh, don't,
And the goblin
don't.
was
Get out of here.
cold.
Scram.
Now, one day, the king decided to tell his daughter, Irene, the facts of life.
And remember, the goblins will get you if you don't watch out.
Have you ever seen a goblin?
No, but...
Well, how do you know there are such things? Is that a goblin?
Of course not.
Is that a goblin?
No.
Is that a goblin?
Why, yes, I believe it is.
It is! A goblin! A goblin!
And the princess ran for her life with the goblin close behind her.
I told you they'd get you.
But I don't want to be got! Help! Help!
The king summoned his knights, but their swords made no impression on the goblins at all. Things looked bad for the princess until she stumbled across a young miner named Curdy. And he was so struck by the princess' beauty that he was moved to poetry.
Oh, Princess fair, your golden hair, upon your head, I see it there.
And, of course, that stopped the goblin in his tracks, for he just couldn't stand poetry.
You saved me with your poem. Are you a handsome prince in disguise?
No, I'm just a handsome miner boy. Brave, courageous.
Couldn't you go somewhere and learn to be a prince?
Like where?
How about Princeton?
Isn't that awful?
Little did the princess know that the goblin who had chased her was the prince of goblins himself, that he was determined to make her his bride.
Are we almost there?
This is his spot, Gov.
Unfortunately for the goblins, they had chosen to come up in the middle of the royal croquet court.
4!
Not the right spot, huh?
A little more this way, I think. Yeah, there she is. Grab her.
But the goblins had guessed wrong again and got Curdy instead.
You fellows are making a terrible mistake. I'm Curdy.
You sure are, hun.
Well, I'll just recite a rhyme and,
But without the princess to inspire him, Curdy couldn't think of a thing. And in just no time, Curdy found himself in a very embarrassing position.
Do you take this earthling for your wife?
She sure looks different. Could I take it out in the daylight and look at it?
And so the goblins came out of the mountain with Curdy still closely guarded. But who should he see just outside the hole but the princess herself? Again inspired, Curdy burst into verse.
what a gladsome fine surprise now to see you with my eyes. I love you more, my lovely princess, than pies of apples or of minces.
Well, the guards just couldn't stand that. I really can't blame them.
Stamp on their toes! Stamp on their toes!
And the goblins fled back into the mountain forever.
See? I told you the goblins will get you if you don't watch out.
But you were wrong.
I was?
Sure. It's the love bug that gets you if you don't watch out.
Once upon a time, there was a handsome prince who one day, while riding through the woods on his white charger, saw a very strange sight. For there, in a clearing, was a most beautiful maiden in a glass coffin, surrounded by 7 funny-looking little men. Dwarfs, I believe they're called. The prince quickly rode to the spot and kissed the beautiful maiden. She immediately awoke. The dwarfs rejoiced.
Hooray!
Hooray is right. Now we could go home and get some sleep.
And the young girl, whose name just happened to be Snow White, and the prince were married. Soon after, the prince was made king, and they lived happily for many years. Then one day, the king's wife presented him with a beautiful son. At 5 a.m. in the morning.
Here, you walk the floor with him this time.
And the king did. Night after night, year after year, the king walked the floor with his son, until finally, 21 years later...
Oh, stop that! You are now a young prince, just as I once was. It's time you quit blubbering and go out to find yourself a bride.
Bride? How do I do that?
Well, do like I did. Wander around the country till you find a beauty under a spell, and then you kiss her.
That's the way I met your father, son.
That's right. Poison apple, wasn't it, Whitey?
With that, the king promised his son a kingdom of his own when he found a bride, then sent the boy into the world to seek his true love. The young prince wandered about for several years with no luck. Then, one day, he chanced to learn of a beautiful maiden who was being kept in a high tower by a wicked witch. Her name was Rapunzel.
Rapunzel? She? What a name.
Seeking out the tower, he found it to be very high, with the only entrance being a tiny window near the very top. As he watched from the cover of a thorn tree, the wicked witch suddenly appeared and called out in a loud voice,
Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, so that I may climb the golden stair.
The prince was startled to see shafts of golden hair tumble from the window, so long that it reached the ground, and the witch climbed up them. Soon after, the witch clambered down and was gone, and the prince approached the tower and called out just as the witch had done.
Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, so that I may climb the golden stair.
He climbed the hair and found it attached to the most beautiful maiden he had ever seen, and he immediately fell in love with her.
Beautiful hairy one, let me take you away from all this.
I'm with you, but how do we get out of here?
Easy. We'll climb down your hair together.
But at that moment, the witch flew in on her broom.
So!
Which was just as well, for both of them, climbing down Rapunzel's hair wouldn't have worked anyway. Furious, the witch flung the prince from the window. Then turned to the frightened girl.
I warned you about this. No cooking, no pets, and no visitors.
With that, the witch pulled out some shears and cut off all of Rapunzel's lovely hair, then turned and sped away on her broom. Undaunted by this minor setback, the prince gathered himself together and called up to his true love.
Don't worry, dear. I'll think of some way to get a rope to you.
Finding a rope, he then bent down a springy tree to its limit, forming a catapult. Climbing on, he released it, and it flung him high into the air and towards the tower. But his aim was a tiny bit off, and he missed the window ever so slightly. Next, he tied some strong bed springs to his feet and began to bounce higher, higher, and higher, and higher. But again, his aim was slightly off.
You'd better skip the whole thing, dear. The only way you'll ever get up here is to fly.
Fly? That's it. I'll fly up.
Oh, don't be cuckoo. You don't know how to fly.
Not now, but I'll learn.
The prince dashed off, and for the next 6 months he closely watched the birds in the woods, copying every move they made. Then finally, after much practice and perseverance, by flapping his arms wildly, he was able to fly.
Yahoo! Hang on, sweetie. I'm coming.
He quickly flew back to the tower, but when he arrived, he found the one thing he hadn't thought of leaning up against the tower, a ladder. And Rapunzel was gone.
Dear John, I have gone off with a prince named Charming, and he is, too. Love, Rapunzel.
Oh, the poor prince was broken-hearted, and he could be seen forever after crying and flying around and around the empty tower. And, of course, the moral to this story is that if you laugh, the world laughs with you, but fly, and you fly alone. Once upon a time, in a faraway kingdom, there lived a little princess. Her father was a king, because that's how those things are. He loved his little princess, and so did all the people of the kingdom.
Huzzah for the little princess!
Huzzah!
Well, that's fairy tale for hooray!
Oh.
The little princess was very happy, and small wonder. She had everything and anything she wanted. Beautiful little jewels to wear, a lovely little garden to play in, a little mechanical horse to ride, even her own little castle to live in. All went well until one awful day when the princess began to grow. She grew, and she grew, and she grew. The people of the kingdom were greatly disturbed.
What's all the fuss?
The little princess has grown.
So, all princesses grow.
Like that?
Oh.
The king was very upset,
My little girl's all grown up.
but he made the best of it.
Nothing will change. You're still my little girl. You'll have everything just as before.
So the king summoned the royal jeweler and ordered him to make some special jewelry. It was huge. He commanded the royal gardener to grow some special flowers. They were enormous. He ordered the royal engineer to make a special mechanical horse. It was tremendous. He even told the royal architect to build a special castle right next to his own. After all that, you'd think everything would be fine. But no.
No? No, Your Highness. We're broke. Broke? Shattered. There's not a pazooza left in the treasury. Jewelry, garden, horse, castle, in that order. They all add up to broke.
Well, what do you suggest? To get some pazoozas.
What else? Taxes.
And so the people of the kingdom were taxed and taxed and taxed. There was a tax on fences.
100 pickets, 100 pazoozas.
There was a tax on trash.
3 cans, 3 pazoozas.
On doors.
1 door, 1 paz. 2 doors, 2 pazoozas.
There was even a tax on smoke.
7 puffs.
I know, 7 pazoozas.
And a tax on children.
8, 9, 10, 10 and a half pazoozas.
As a result of the taxes, the people of the kingdom became angry. And you know who they blamed?
It's her fault.
Look at those jewels. Rocks from the mountains would have done.
Look at that horse. It must have cost 1,000,000 pazoozas a day to run that thing.
Small wonder we got high taxes.
Yeah, small wonder.
Why don't you get a job?
Yeah, you're big enough now.
Upon hearing this ridicule from the people who had once loved her, the princess became very sad.
Look at that.
We'll be flooded out.
You mark my word, next year we're going to have a tax on umbrellas.
In his castle nearby, the king was feeling very worried and sad and wet.
You know, she isn't the same happy princess.
So he summoned his royal cabinet for advice. The royal accountant, the royal lawyer, the royal writer, the royal efficiency expert, each of them gave their advice.
More taxes.
Tougher laws.
More publicity.
Get rid of her.
Get rid of her? But how?
Marry her off.
Brilliant! I shall give a golden slipper to the suitor who wins my daughter's hand.
A golden slipper? Isn't that rather a small prize?
If it's one of her slippers, it's big enough.
So a proclamation was made throughout the kingdom, and one by one the suitors arrived at the castle to ask for the princess' hand. When they actually saw it, though, they soon changed their minds. The princess became sadder and sadder.
King, you gotta do something. She'll wash out the crops.
So the king began to send the princess for long walks in the woods. One day, on one of her walks, she met a strange little man.
Hello, strange little man.
Hiya, Princess.
Aren't you going to run away because I'm so big?
Of course not. Aren't you gonna laugh because I'm so funny looking?
Of course not.
So they quickly became friends. Every day they would talk together about all kinds of things. They would laugh together. They even took long walks together. Then one day the princess said,
Perhaps you're an enchanted prince. Maybe if I kissed you, you would grow as big as I am.
Well, what do we got to lose?
So the princess kissed the funny-looking little man. He didn't change a bit.
I guess I'm, just not the enchanted type.
Ah, but something began to happen to the princess. She grew smaller and smaller and smaller until she was even smaller than the strange little man.
Oh, this is just the right size to be.
So the funny little man won the princess' hand, which was just the right size now. And he lived happily ever after, and she lived happily ever after, and the king lived happily ever after.
But what about the taxes?
Yeah, what about the taxes?
Oh, don't be silly. We can't have everybody living happily ever after. Many years ago, in a humble but dirty cottage deep in the forest, there lived a dirty but humble mud maker. He labored from sunup to sundown making mud, but was very poor, for then, as now, there weren't many people in the market for mud. When his day was done, he left the mud puddle and returned to the cottage where his wife always met him at the door with a hot meal.
Why must you always throw my dinner at me, dearest? Why cannot we sit and quietly sup like other folk?
Because, good husband, I am unhappy.
How can that be? You've got a fine muddy house, fine muddy food, and fine muddy me.
True, but we have no son to keep me company, and I am lonesome.
So saying, she served dessert and shuffled off to bed. This set the old mud maker to wondering, and he thought to himself,
being a mud maker is bad enough, but being a mud maker with an unhappy wife is too much. I must do something.
Early the next morning, he awoke and quietly stole from the house. Crossing through the woods, he finally came to a tiny house made of cheese, where it was said a good fairy lived.
Well, what do you want, you muddy little old man?
Are you the good fairy?
Of course I'm the good fairy. Why ask a stupid question like that?
Well, it's a little hard to tell.
I suppose you want a favor.
Yes, you see, my wife is unhappy.
Big deal.
But if we could have a son to keep her company...
Okay, I get the picture. With a tap of my wand, I grant your wish.
When his head cleared, the old man thanked the good fairy.
Thanks, I think.
And staggered home as fast as he could.
You'll never guess what happened while you were away.
The house burned down.
No, I found a baby boy on the doorstep.
Hooray! It worked. Where is he?
I put him to Thimble.
You mean you put him to bed?
No, I put him to Thimble. Look.
See.
And there, on the table, inside a thimble, slept the tiny son.
But he's so little.
Yes, but he's all ours, and he will grow.
30 years later.
But he's so little.
Why don't you go back to the good fairy and see if she'll give you something to make him grow?
Sure, I can make him grow. Take this magic chickpea and put it under his bed.
Thimble.
Put it under his thimble, then.
The mud maker followed the good fairy's instructions to a pea, and sure enough, within 24 hours...
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Down there.
Good heavens, he's 7 feet tall.
And so is his stomach.
So they called him Thom Tum, and needless to say, the boy lived up to his name.
More food. I'm hungry, hungry, hungry. Eat, eat, eat. Oh, keep it coming, Mama, honey.
It wasn't long before Thom had eaten all there was in the house. Then he set off through the woods, gobbling up everything in his path.
Good grief, I better get back to the good fairy and see what she can do about this.
But when he found her...
Say, good fairy, Hey, what happened to your little house made of cheese?
Oh, some big fat kid ate it and then ran off down the road yelling, food, food!
That's what I wanted to ask you about.
If I ever find out who that brat's father is, I'll turn him into a toad. What was it you wanted to ask me?
You think it'll rain?
No.
Me either. See ya!
Now, it so happened that this was the king's birthday, and among the many fine presents he received was a beautiful fat duck.
Perhaps it is an enchanted duck, Your Highness.
You mean if I kiss it, it'll turn into a keen princess?
Could be, but I was thinking more like maybe it lays golden eggs.
They weren't golden, but they most certainly were eggs. The duck laid eggs by the dozens, the hundreds, the thousands. It seemed as though the duck would never stop, which she didn't. And before long, the castle was filled to overflowing with eggs. Desperate, the king sent out a proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye! The king offers 1,000 Pazuzu reward to anyone who can rid the castle of eggs!
Hearing this gave the old mud maker an answer to his problem, and he hurried to the king.
You say that you'll give me your boy, Thom Tum, and he'll get rid of the eggs.
Yes, sir, sire.
Good, then here's your money. Now give me the boy.
Okay, dear, turn him loose.
Thom ate like he never had before. Eggs disappeared as if by magic. He ate them scrambled, fried, boiled, raw. Then he ate the duck. Tables vanished, chairs were missing, huge holes were chewed in the walls.
Oh, we're lost!
And calling for his fastest horse, the king sped to the cottage of the mud maker.
You gotta take him back, or we'll all starve.
I couldn't be an Indian giver, sire.
Oh, humor me. I'm the king.
Sorry.
Well, take him back, and I'll give you a kingdom of your very own.
We'll take it.
Dearest, what can you be thinking?
There, Wallace. I have a plan.
And so it was settled. Thom Tum was returned to the old mud maker, and he in turn was given a kingdom in a far-off land. His wife solved their problem of Thom by feeding him mud pies, which, as we all know, is enough to kill anyone's appetite. And to make certain that they would never be troubled again, no food was allowed in the kingdom. The people were always famished. So the tiny country was called Hungary, and they all lived happily ever after. Once upon a timeless night, a miller who lived in a cottage deep in the woods made a sudden discovery.
Who are you?
I am your daughter, dear Daddy Miller.
A day or so later, the miller was again astounded.
And who are you?
I'm your other daughter, dear Father Miller.
Yes, the miller had been so busy with his mill that he'd failed to notice his two little girls had grown up. They were named Slow White and Nose Red, and for a very good reason.
Is that the bucket of water I asked you to fetch last summer, Slow White?
Indeed it is.
Well, it's frozen over. Oh, my, but you're slow.
As for Nose Red, she had an irresistible hunger for apples, and after consuming an orchard full, her nose turned red.
Is that a basket full of apples you have there, Daddy?
My, but you're nosy.
The girls, despite their shortcomings, were as sweet and gentle as the days were long.
Oh, look at that poor bear sleeping in the mud.
Let us take him home and give him sucker.
You mean a lollipop?
No, some aid and comfort.
Don't bother to fix my dinner, children. I've been working hard down by the old mill stream, and I'm too tired to eat or sing it.
We may be as sweet and gentle as the days are long, but we forgot to tell Father we put the bear in his bed.
Well, he likes surprises.
Not this one, he didn't. That night, the miller slept in the mud, and at breakfast the following morning...
Daddy, that mud did wonders for you.
Yes, your acne is completely gone.
And so is my sense of humor.
Daddy seems upset about something.
Maybe it's the mud.
It took a bit of doing, but the miller eventually became adjusted to his daughter's unconventional habits. That is, until one day...
Slow and Nose, you have made a lifelong friend out of every animal in the forest, and in the 11 western states, too, I might add. Each day they come to our door for food, and you give it to them. They've been doing this for 3 years, and now we're broke.
But we must continue to feed the poor creatures.
What with? We're out of food.
Well, how about giving them sucker?
Well, we're out of them, too, even though there is one born every minute. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a package deal. You girls get married, send me money, and I'll see to it the animals are fed.
That's a wonderful idea, dear Daddy Miller.
Without any further ado, Slow White and Nose Red set off for the nearby village. But although the village was only a half a mile away, it took them 1.5 years to get there, due to the fact that Slow White was so slow and Nose Red climbed every apple tree they passed. Then, too, the lights were against them. Everything worked out for the best, however, for when they did arrive, the annual bachelor's ball was in progress.
Do my eyes deceive me? Look at those two stunning creatures.
Gad, they're beautiful.
How true. The most beautiful girls at the dance.
They were the most beautiful girls at the dance, mainly because they were the only girls at the dance.
Pardon us, fair maidens. But would you care to trip the light fantastic?
We'd rather dance.
You have to give the girls credit. At least they tried, but in vain, for although Nose Red was light on her feet, the light of her red nose blinded her partner, causing him to crash into the wall. Slow White, on the other hand, was slower than usual, and by the time she lifted her foot to take the first step, the music was over, and so was the ball.
Don't cry, Slow White. We'll find husbands.
That's not why I'm crying. You're standing on my foot.
But luck was with them, for the very next day was the day of the annual bachelor's picnic. Just as before, they were the most attractive girls at the gathering, and for the same reason as before.
I shall do the cooking.
Slow White turned on the gas stove and struck the match 45 minutes later.
Well, your troubles are over. Go to this address. Inside the cottage, you will meet 2 brothers who are your perfect match.
Oh, Mr. Marriage Counselor, how can we thank you?
With money.
Snow White and Nose Red scuttled off, their miller's daughter's hearts beating in wild anticipation.
I hope this doesn't turn out to be another fiasco.
You'll be happy to know that everything turned out perfectly. For you see, Slow White knocked on the door of the cottage, and it didn't open until 2 years later.
Oh, my, but you're slow.
And you, fair maiden, are my true love.
Yes, Slow White had met someone even slower than she. And Nose Red, well, the other brother was a strapping, handsome brute. He had one slight blemish, a green nose.
I'm Irish, you know.
Oh, this too was a dream match, for when you get a green nose and a red nose, well, it's Christmas every day. Snow White and Nose Red lived happily ever after. I wish I could say the same for their father.
I'm not a father, actually. I'm a mother.
Ah, yes, Prince Hyacinth and the Dear Little Princess. Just about the longest title we've had yet. At any rate, in the Kingdom of Normandy, located near Third and La Brea, there lived a king named Dumb the 73rd. You see, that's how kingdoms get their names, from a king named Dumb. Funny?
Oh, why am I laughing? I'm miserable.
Yes, King Dumb was in love with a beautiful queen.
Beautiful, but mixed up. You know what I mean?
Yes, the queen was mixed up, for she was under an enchantment.
And I feel terrible, too.
How's it going, sweetie?
Well, I'd feel fine if I could just get out from under this enchantment.
Yeah.
It keeps hanging on.
Yeah, I know. Enchantment. Cry, aye. That stuff went out with a hula hoop. Next thing, she'll be telling me she sees fairies, like that one. Hey, this is ridiculous.
Ridiculous? If it wasn't for our business agent, I'd turn you into a frog.
Your business agent?
Certainly. International Fairies Guild Local 42.
Oh, of course.
But my call sheet says I'm supposed to help you out instead. So, what's to help?
Well, it's the queen, really. She thinks she's under some sort of enchantment. Now, did you ever...
She got a cat? A cat. Has she got a cat?
Oh, yeah, it's about so big.
Step on its tail.
Step on its tail?
You want to break the enchantment?
Oh, yeah.
So stomp already. Sign here, please.
What's this?
It's your receipt. That'll be $32.50, please.
I'll just sign for it.
Fairy number 53. Mission completed. Over.
Fairy 53, this is Red Fox Leader. Go to 3rd and Spring. Woman with a hair problem. Ask for Rapunzel. Over and out.
Roger.
Step on the cat's tail. Oh, how are you, dear?
Enchanted.
Gargling doesn't help, huh?
Do gargling, aspirins, mustard plasters, nothing.
Maybe if I stepped on your cat's tail.
Are you out of your mind?
I didn't think it was a good idea.
But as King Dumb turned to go...
Is this where I get changed into a frog?
Worse than that, fella. Let me look. You will marry the queen and have a son with a nose like a cassava melon. And until he says to the world, I got a nose like a cassava melon, he'll have a nose like a cassava melon. You got that?
Oh, it seems a little hard.
But if anybody tells him the magic words ahead of time, they shall perish, like instantly. Understand?
Is it over? Am I a frog?
I don't think so, dear.
No, he wasn't. And what's more, the queen was no longer under her enchantment. And so the king married the queen, and they lived happily ever after until their first son was born, at which time the king turned into a frog and was never heard from again.
You know, I sort of expected this all along.
All
hail
Prince
Dumb the 74th!
Not Dumb, Hyacinth. Prince Hyacinth the First.
But your majesty.
He's just like a sweet little hyacinth with his 2 little eyes and his sweet little mouth and his sweet little button. This is a nose.
Looks more like a cassava melon.
Silence! No one shall make fun of my little hyacinth.
And so the queen declared that everybody in the kingdom should wear a false nose just as big as the princess. And they did. All went smoothly until one day...
Mother dear, I'll be 35 years old tomorrow.
Yes, dear.
And you know, I've never had a girlfriend.
Tomorrow, Hyacinth, you shall have the pick of every girl in the kingdom.
And so the next day, every girl in the kingdom was lined up outside the castle wall, all wearing their false noses. All except one.
How dare you? Where is your false nose?
Oh, good gracious, I must have forgotten to put it on.
False nose?
I'll have your pretty head for this.
False nose, Mother?
Oh, it's nothing. Move along, you freak.
But I find her attractive.
With a nose like that?
Oh, come, Mother. There's room for all of us in the world. Big noses, small noses. Kiss me, dear little princess.
But no matter how the prince tried to kiss her, his nose was in the way.
Oh, silly prince, why didn't you take it off?
Take it off? Witty, witty. Very well, my pet. How do I take it off?
Like this.
Mother! You too? Oh, I've been living in a big-nosed fool's paradise.
But, Your Highness, you said there's room for all kinds of noses. Small, big.
Big? My nose is incredible.
Oh, yeah, but you're much more than just a nose.
Let's face it, dear little princess. I've got a nose like a cassava melon.
Okay, move over. What'd you just say?
I've got a nose like a cassava melon.
All right, sign here, please. Thank you. Kazam!
I beg your pardon?
I said kazam. That ends the curse.
But...
Oh, forevermore, I forgot the wand. So rushed lately, I don't know if I'm fading in or fading out. Kazam!
And so handsome Prince Hyacinth and dear little princess were married and
Ferry
lived...
number 53 in service. Go ahead.
Ferry 53, go to 7th and Main. A happy ending isn't working out. Seems the frog wasn't really an enchanted prince after all. Over.
Ferry 53, Roger, over and out.
I agree that crime doesn't pay, but in the case of Jack and the Beanstalk, it did. For as you know, Jack shinnied up the huge stalk, snuck into a giant's castle, and made off with a goose that laid golden harps, or something like that. Well, sir, Jack chopped the stalk down and lived happily ever after with his ill-gotten gains. Or did he? The scene is a castle somewhere in the clouds, the time 20 years later.
I know you're hungry, son. Well, so am I. But there isn't a scrap of food in the castle.
What about the wheat fields?
You ever try getting wheat out of clouds? We're up in the air, remember?
Oh, if only Papa was still with us.
Listen, he wasn't good for anything except saying fee-fi-fo-fum. He could say that pretty good.
Can I say it?
Say it later. Right now, you've got to take the pet cow to market and sell it.
That's not a cow, Mama. It's a llama.
I don't care what it is. Go and sell it.
Being on the obedient side, the giant's son did as his mother asked.
Hey, what you got there, High Pockets?
It's a llama.
So it is. I'll give you 5 magic beans for it.
I'd rather have money.
You can plant beans. You can't plant money.
It made sense, so the giant returned home with the 5 magic beans.
I was hoping you'd bring back money.
Well, one of the beans has a picture of Lincoln on it.
There was naught to do but dig a hole in the clouds and drop the beans inside. The next morning, the giant awoke and looked out of his window.
Oh, darn. I was kind of hoping a beanstalk would have grown.
It did, but not up. Down.
Why, that stalk must be 50 miles long. Climb down there, son. See if you can find us some food.
As I said before, the giant was obedient. Also a little clumsy. But let us journey ahead of our falling star to where the beanstalk ends, right outside the magnificent manor owned by the son of the original Jack and the Beanstalk.
Jack, honey, New York's on the phone. They want to order 50 dozen golden harps.
Well, don't tell me. Tell the goose.
Goose!
I know. I got to lay 50 dozen golden harps for New York.
If you can, Goose, put a Trilon on Perisphere on him. It'll be a nice touch.
That goose is acting sassy lately.
Well, all you give him for his work is chicken feed.
Goose feed.
At that moment, the giant finally came to earth.
Creak, cry, crow, cryant. I smell the blood of a pretty big giant.
And with that, Jack ran from the house, grabbing a loaded giant-killing musket on the way.
You say anything, Jack?
Negative. Just a gang of kids playing basketball.
Ah, but although those kids were tall, the one with the ball reached fantastic proportions.
I could have swore I smelled a giant.
Oh, you're overworked, dear. Go take a nap.
Jack did, and this gave the giant an opportunity to peek into the house.
Say, that looks like a golden harp laying next to that fella.
The window of Jack's bedroom wasn't very big, but it was big enough for the giant's hand to reach in and get the golden harp.
Creak, cry, crow, cryant. I smell.
Those dreaded words caused the giant to bolt to the stalk and climb it in record time.
This doesn't look like food, son.
It's a golden harp.
Why couldn't you bring back a pizza or something?
But, Mama, golden harps are worth money, and there's a whole slew of them down there.
In case you didn't know, all mothers of giants are a little greedy, and this one was no exception. The son was sent back down to bring up all the golden harps he could find.
It's New York again, Jack. They want to know what happened to the harps.
Well, don't ask me. Ask the...
I gave him to the delivery boy about a minute ago.
What delivery boy?
He's a big, tall fella, about as big as Mount Everest.
A giant. You gave the harps to a giant?
Once more, with his giant-killing musket, Jack ran from the house, and this time he saw the giant with an armload of harps scurrying up the beanstalk. But unfortunately, the giant was out of range.
I need someone who can catch that giant.
Luckily for our story, a sorcerer lived in the vicinity.
Of course I can get him. Do you think he might come back down for more harps?
We're all out of harps. All I got left is
A goose! You say a goose lays these harps.
Scout's honor, Mama.
Well, a goose we can eat. Fetch him, son.
The unsuspecting giant came down, probed around the house with one hand, and finally grabbed the goose. That's when Jack and the sorcerer spoke up.
Caught you in the act, you devil. Let him have it, sorcerer.
And the sorcerer handed a piece of paper to the giant, who merely put it in his pocket and climbed up the beanstalk.
What'd you give him?
A summons to appear in court.
You can't catch a giant with a summons. No, never get my goose back.
Yes, you will. I shall climb up after the giant.
Yeah, but that stalk is 50 miles high. You could fall.
Not I. I am wearing a cloak that will enable me to fly.
And up went the sorcerer. Of course, the giant was no fool. When he saw that he was being pursued, he simply took an axe and chopped the stalk down. What happened to his pursuer? Well, the cloak kept him from falling, all right. In fact, to this day, he's still floating around in the air. And that's why you hear so much talk about a flying sorcerer. Once upon a timepiece, there sat an ordinary fly. Now, this fly wasn't bothering anyone. He wasn't even trying to find out what time it was. But the timepiece happened to be a sundial that stood in a king's garden, and the king was averse to flies.
Gotcha!
The poor fly was imprisoned in a Leyden jar, and each day at sunset, the king would pay his captor a visit.
Ah, this'll teach you to sit on my sundial.
To the king's surprise, the fly spoke.
Let me go, O sire, and I will grant you a wish.
Gadzooks, it speaks.
Release me, and you can have anything.
Anything?
Well, I'm only a fly. Make it within reason.
Just then, the king's royal minister entered the room.
Your subjects are at it again, my liege. These signs were stuck in the moat.
Help stamp out kings. Down with highnesses. Who is responsible for this?
No one knows.
Obvious, Lousily. A group of radicals are upset with my tyrannical way of ruling.
I'll see if I can get their names, sire.
If only I could overhear those rascals when they're plotting.
You can!
I could if I were a fly.
Lo, the fly in the jar waved a wing, and the king was transformed.
I can fly! I can fly!
The fly in the jar was given his freedom, and the king quickly took off for the village square, which is where the village squares usually congregated.
The king is a fink.
Be careful. The walls have ears.
The walls didn't have ears, but they did have flies, one in particular with a crown on his head.
I still say the king is a fink.
The following day, the fink sail was brought to the castle in chains.
So you admit that you called me a fink?
Yeah, I do, but I don't understand how you found out.
By the end of the month, the radicals were filling the castle dungeons to capacity, all because the king was able to change himself into a fly and overhear the plots against him.
Congratulations, Your Highness. Your kingdom is completely under your iron hand.
Now, this particular king was loaded with bad characteristics, including avarice, or greed, if you prefer.
Tell me, Minister, that kingdom across the river, is it larger or smaller than mine?
Larger, your wickedness.
Then I must have it.
So saying, he called upon the king who ruled the kingdom across the river.
Nice kingdom you got here.
We like it.
I don't suppose you'd care to sell it.
No, I wouldn't.
How about a trade?
It was then that a lofty tower caught the evil king's eye.
What do you keep up there?
Just my daughter. She was locked in there by a witch about a month and a half ago.
Uh-huh. Her name wouldn't be Rapunzel, would it?
No, Betty.
How come you don't let her out?
She can only be freed by the man she'll marry and like that.
What else does a man get, besides her?
An autographed picture of Key Luke.
Anything else?
Just my kingdom.
That was all the wicked king needed to know. That night, when the moon was high in the sky, which is a good place for it, he set a ladder against the tower and started up.
Not only am I ruthless, but I happen to be unavoidably attractive.
It's true, he had a fatal fascination as far as princesses locked in towers were concerned.
She'll take one look at my handsome features, and we'll be wed tomorrow.
He was so enraptured with himself that he neglected to notice the ladder was far too short to reach the tower window. He not only reached the top rung, but took 2 more rung steps above it, which was the wrong thing to do any way you look at it.
I have it. I'll pole vault up.
Entering a copse of bamboo trees which grew in abundance near the river, he selected a supple sapling and readied himself.
This should be apple pie.
It was. He took off like a deer and launched himself upward. Up and up he soared directly into the tower window and out of the window on the other side.
I can't keep this up forever.
Suddenly, from a nearby rosebush came the familiar voice of the enchanted fly.
You know, I could sit here all night and watch you. You're funny.
Take care. I don't ridicule easily.
No offense, but couldn't you get up into the tower a lot easier if you changed into a fly?
Great gobs of goo. You're right.
An instant later, the king was a fly and quickly zoomed up into the tower. Once inside, he changed back to himself and cried to the princess.
Darling!
Sweetie!
The princess was anything but beautiful.
Gad, I wouldn't marry her for all the kingdoms in the world.
Once again, he became a fly, and off he darted over the river back to his castle. But in his haste, he decided to fly through the village. What's more, he took a shortcut through a tailor's shop.
7! I killed 7 with 1 blow.
Yes, this was a gallant little tailor. And although it was the end of the king, it was the beginning of another tale. But, oh dear, we don't have any time for that now. Once upon a time, there was an old woodcutter who lived in the woods.
I like to be near my work, you know what I mean?
And this old woodcutter had 2 children named Felicia and Bruno. One day, he told them that it was time for them to make their own way in the world.
It's time for you to make your own way in the world, kids.
We know.
But before you go, I want to give each of you a gift.
Wild.
For you, Bruno, a chicken.
Gee, Dad, it's a leghorn.
And for you, Felicia, a pot of pinks. They're small gifts, to be sure.
You can say that again.
But one of them is magic.
Which one?
I forgot. Well, have a nice trip, kids.
Bye, Dad.
Right if you get rich.
And the 2 children set out to make their way in the world.
What are you going to do with a pot of pinks, if that's what they are?
What are you going to do with a miserable chicken?
Obviously, you haven't made the fairy story scene. What I undoubtedly have here is a magic chicken that lays golden eggs. Stand back. She's going to lay one right now. There you see, a golden egg.
Doesn't look gold to me.
Yes, sir, a golden egg. Oh, it's the gracious life for me from now on.
Looks like a regular egg.
Jaguars, Brooks Brothers suits, winters in Jamaica.
A regular chicken egg.
There you'll be sniffing your pot of pinks while I'm dining at 21, even 22. But that's fairy stories, yes, sirree. Whoops.
Yes, sirree. That's fairy stories.
I'll go sniff your pinks, if that's what they are.
But when Felicia turned to sniff the pinks, she saw they were drooping.
Oh, dear.
So she took a pitcher down to the lake to get some water for them. But no sooner had she started to fill it than a tree by the side of the lake suddenly changed into a beautiful lady.
Wow! Do that again.
All righty.
That's sensational.
Well, that's fairy stories.
I wish my brother could see that. He's a nut for that kind of thing, you know, witches, magic, and like that.
Meanwhile, back at the chicken,
You're not magic. You're nothing but a stupid Plymouth Rock. You're no better than a crummy pot of pinks that... Hey! If you're not magic, it must be the pot of pinks that's magic. I should have known. With a dizzy name like Pot of Pinks. No comments.
so Bruno stole the pot of pinks and substituted a cabbage in its place. A short time later, Felicia returned with the pitcher of water.
Wow, you really were thirsty, weren't you?
Felicia, I don't know how to tell you this, but that isn't a pot of pinks.
No?
No, it's a cabbage. Your brother has the real pot of pinks, if that's what they are.
Well, aren't you going to do something magic to get them back?
No, the only trick I can do is to change from a lady to a tree and vice versa.
Well, that's fairy stories.
But when Felicia set the cabbage down on the ground...
Ouch! Watch out there, that hurt there.
Who said that?
I did there.
That's all I need, a talking cabbage.
Such a bump you gave me there.
Well, I'm sorry. But being a cabbage, you got to expect a certain amount of rough treatment. I mean, I didn't make the rules.
But listen, I'm not an ordinary talking cabbage. I'm different there.
I know. You can turn yourself into a handsome prince.
Oh, anybody can do that. Frogs, donkeys. Now, what I do is unique. A whole new bit there.
So what's your bit?
I lay golden eggs.
Oh, ridiculous. If you expect me to stay around and listen to anything so far-fetched...
What'll you do?
I'll turn back into a tree.
And she did.
But I'm not kidding. I feel a golden egg coming on now. Oh, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck there.
Well, the feathers began to hop around strangely, and would you believe it, actually laid a golden egg.
Wow! Would you do that again?
No.
Why not? I think that's wonderful.
Well, to tell you the truth, it's the first time I ever did it, and I don't like it a bit there.
Oh.
But I will tell you how to get your pot of pinks back, if that's what they are.
How?
Just take that golden egg and...
Meanwhile, Bruno was trying to coax magic out of Felicia's pinks.
Come on, Pinks, if that's what you are. Just one little trick.
Bruno, those are my pinks.
We traded. Take your chicken and get out of here.
Do I take the golden egg, too?
Sure, take the golden egg.
Yeah, see?
Here's your pot of pinks. Give me my chicken.
I thought we traded.
We didn't shake hands on it.
So Felicia took back her pot of pinks and watered it tenderly. And as she did, a strange thing happened. The pot of pinks turned into a handsome prince.
Kind maiden, will you marry me?
Oh, Your Highness.
Just call me Pinky.
So Felicia and the prince were wed, and Bruno, well, he was so insistent that the chicken really did start laying golden eggs.
Anything to stop him from bugging me.
So they all lived happily ever after, which just goes to show the power of positive thinking.
Or as we call it, the power of positive pinking.
Well, that's fairy stories. You've probably never heard of the Clinker family. They lived in Holland many, many years ago. That's their little house right under the windmill. In fact, windmills are Papa Clinker's specialty. He repairs them. But not very well.
Papa, the windmill just fell down.
Is it still turning around?
Yeah, but it's turning around underground.
Who cares so long as it's still turning?
Papa and Mama Clinker had two lovely children, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a little boy with blue hair and blonde eyes. The girl's name was Brunhilde, which in Dutch means she who steps on tulips. The little boy, oddly enough, had no name at all, until one day...
Brunhilde!
Yeah, Mama?
Go wash your hands.
Brunhilde promptly dunked her brother in the washtub, and that's how Hans Clinker got his name.
Hans, today you are 3 years old, and it's time you got a job.
Okay, mein Papa. I
I will deliver papers.
Unfortunately, the papers Hans delivered belonged to his father, and they were of the legal variety, such as mortgage on the house, insurance policies, Liberty bonds.
Hans, baby, this morning you was 3 years old, and I think already it's time you change jobs.
So, little Hans went to work down at the waterfront.
Yeah, that's right, little boy. All you gotta do is keep your finger stuck in the hole in the dam.
But why, sir?
Well, if there is no finger in the dam, the water will pour through and flood the country.
A job as a dam plugger didn't pay very much, but you did go home with a very clean finger. But alas, a tourist came by seeking the whereabouts of the nearest Travelers' Aid Society. Hans pointed.
Hans, this morning you was 3 years old and you got your first job. This afternoon you was 3 years old and you changed jobs. Tonight you are still 3 years old and you're going into retirement. But mein Papa, I am too young to be idle.
The boy is right, Papa. He needs a vacation.
Vocation, Mama. All right, already. What would you like to do, Hans? I want to be a tubaphone player.
And what's a tubaphone?
It's a tuba with a phone inside it. Listen.
The sounds that filled the air had a strange, soothing effect, not only on Papa, Mama, and Brunhilde, but also on the cows and the chickens. Hans Klinker was a born musician.
Of course. I could only play a few notes. But if I could study at the Amsterdam Conservatory of Music...
How much would that cost?
50 million klunkels.
That astronomical figure caused Papa Klinker to take a fast nap in the center of the living room.
Why doesn't Hans try and win 50 million klunkels in the Zuyder Zee skating contest?
Yes, once each year, the icy blasts of winter transformed the Zuyder Zee into a sheet of ice. Youngsters from all over the Netherlands put on their skates and entered the big race, a race which netted the victor 50 million klunkels.
Good luck, Hans.
You can win, Hans.
Oh, dear, it grieves me sorely to relate that Hans Klinker finished dead last. This was due to two things. One, he lacked the speed of most Dutch boys his age, and two, he lacked a pair of skates.
Don't worry, Hans, Pupchen, there's always next year.
But again, it was the same story. Last in a field of 3,000.
I don't understand it, Papa. Even with a new pair of skates, I couldn't win.
Perhaps if you was to wear them on your feet instead of your elbows.
Hans tried that the following year, and it did help a little. He came in next to last, barely beating out an octogenarian who had fallen through a hole in the ice.
It's no use. I never got to study at the Amsterdam Conservatory.
And off he trudged into the snow-covered forest. Winter turned to spring, spring turned to summer, and still Hans walked.
I am worried about our boy, Papa.
Which boy is that, Mama?
You know, Hans.
Oh, yeah, Hans. Whatever happened to him?
What happened to him was this. Hans walked right out of Holland into Denmark. Now, you've all heard the saying, something is rotten in Denmark? Well, the something that was rotten was an old castle that had been sitting on top of a hill for centuries and centuries. And inside, there was a sleeping giant. And just above the giant hung a pair of skates.
Why, there are silver skates. If I had those skates, I know I could win the Zuyder Zee race.
Ah, but how do you make off with a pair of skates that are guarded by a sleeping giant?
This is how.
Seconds later, Hans and the skates were on their way back to Holland. Well, all fairy tales have happy endings, and this one is no exception. Hans and the silver-plated skates won the next Zuyder Zee race, and with the 50 million klunkels, Hans entered the Amsterdam Conservatory of Music, where he played tubaphone in the symphony orchestra. And oh, how grand the conductor led his musicians. Although he did hit a clinker every once in a while. Once upon a time, there was a witch named Griselka who chalked up a very enviable record when it came to witchery.
I hereby cast a spell upon you, and henceforth you shall be known as Sleeping Beauty. I hereby cast a spell upon you, and forevermore you shall remain a frog.
Naturally, when it came time to give out the award for the best witch of the year...
I shall treasure this gold-plated skull the rest of my unnatural life.
Well, sir, Griselka's stock soared sky high after that, and every night was Halloween as far as she was concerned.
Grizz, you're due to fly to London tonight to touch off the year of the plague.
We'll cancel that until Monday. I have to lock a damsel named Rapunzel in a tower. Undamsel!
This went on for months, and Griselka was just about the most popular witch of all time. That's when it happened. There she was, concocting a vile brew in a cauldron, when suddenly the door opened, and there stood the most handsome prince in the world.
Ah, fair lady. Could I trouble you for a flagon of water?
That was tantamount to committing hara-kiri.
Instead of water, try a sip of this.
Here's looking at you, sweet damsel. Cheers.
Ah, but witches, too, have hearts. And it was there that Griselka was struck by Cupid's timely arrow.
Don't drink that!
The liquid burned a hole 3 feet deep.
I say, that must be carbonated.
You know, I must have that prince.
But Griselka was so ugly that she could look in a mirror and crack it.
But it's a poisoned apple you're supposed to send to Snow White.
You sure it isn't a poisoned watermelon?
Look, Grizz, yesterday you changed a bat into a bunny rabbit. You better go see a doctor. There's no doubt of it, madam. You have an acute case of amoritis.
Is that anything like the 3-year itch?
Madam, you are in love. L-U-F, love.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, and don't you dare crack on me. How can I win the prince's love?
You must cast a spell on yourself. And now I must go before I crack up.
Of course, the mirror is right. If I change myself into a beautiful princess, the prince will fall in love with me.
This was the biggest job she ever faced. For 2 weeks, she boiled wolfbane, mice wings, and gruffy powder in the old reliable cauldron. And finally...
Through the mouth and through the gums. Look out, stomach! Here it comes!
The age-old incantation never failed. Where once there was a witch, stood an enchanting princess.
Well, my son, how are you enjoying the ball?
I'm having a ball, Dad.
I know that, but how are you enjoying it?
But before the prince could answer, his eyes spied what to him was the most beautiful maiden he had ever seen.
You're beautiful, you're lovely, you're engaged to me.
A whirlwind courtship ensued, during which the prince and his inamorata was seen everywhere. Ah, but they were not alone.
I say, sweetheart, have you noticed that broom that seems to follow us wherever we go?
Broom?
There was no mistaking it. This was the very same broom Griselka had ridden on her nightly forays.
Quick, dearest, lock the broom in the cellar.
Even though the request was a strange one, the prince complied. But that night, at the opera...
Now, don't look now, but isn't that the same broom sitting next to you?
Oh, quick, my love, take me home.
Alas, there was no running away from her past. No matter where the princess went, the broom was sure to go.
So, you used to be Griselka the witch, eh?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
Amazing. We wondered where you'd got to. Now, tell me your problem.
And the princess unfolded the bizarre happenings of the past week.
Well, this is all psychological, my dear. You see, that broom...
This broom?
Oh, yes. Anyway, that broom has a dust complex. You see, it's lonely. It misses its former owner. It undoubtedly still thinks that you are a witch.
Well, what can I do, Doctor? What can I do?
Next time, take the train.
The desperate princess returned to the hut where she had once lived as a witch, followed closely by the broom.
Oh, if there was only someone to help me.
There is.
Oh, mirror, mirror on the wall, reflecting all this gloom. How in the world does one get rid of an old but faithful broom?
The answer is simple. Get a gride.
Now, in those days, dustpans weren't called dustpans, they were called grides. And so it was that the princess immediately purchased a small but attractive gride and set it beside the lonesome broom in the broom closet. The rest happened naturally.
And do you, prince, take this princess for your wife?
I do.
Yes, it turned out to be a double wedding ceremony. Not only was there a bride and a groom, but there was also a gride and a broom. You remember King Midas? He had a gold mine at the tip of a finger. Everything he touched turned to gold. For instance, that golden statue in the corner, that was once his daughter. Yes, although it was a fabulous talent, it had its drawbacks.
Ah, wonderful. Catfish for dinner.
But no sooner did he pick it up than the catfish became a goldfish.
I've got it. I'll hire somebody to feed me.
And so he was fed by Proxy, which was the name of his favorite servant.
More pablum, sire.
Yes, if you please, Proxy.
This relationship lasted almost 1 week, for on the 7th day, Proxy received his wages.
What would you like, Proxy boy? A gold watch, a gold tie pin? Pick it out.
Proxy settled for a gold coin. He was smart, but not smart enough. For, upon receiving his pay, he stuck out a hand to thank his employer. Proxy became a fountain in King Midas' garden. Now, unknown to many people, myself included, King Midas had a son.
My boy, why is it we never spend any time together?
You think I want to wind up like Sis? No, Dad. I think it's best that I leave home.
Oblivious to his father's pleas, young Midas packed a suitcase, a golden one naturally, and left the castle in a heavy coach. Heavy because it too had been turned to gold. The boy enrolled at a large university and majored in dentistry. Every so often, he would hear from his father.
Who's the letter from?
From my dad.
How can you tell?
The envelope. It's 14 karat.
The boy studied hard and was so intent upon graduating, he failed to notice a change in himself.
Anyone have a pencil?
Here.
He took the writing instrument and it turned to gold. Not the best gold, mind you, but gold nonetheless.
The darn thing won't write. Where you get this gold pencil from?
Wasn't gold when I gave it to you.
He shrugged it off and went back to his books. As you can see, he had inherited his father's golden touch. It began in small ways, like the pencil incident, but manifested itself on graduation day.
You are not only our school valedictorian, but you got brains too, boy. It is with the utmost pride and honor that I hand you this scroll.
Oh, thank you, Dean.
The scroll changed to gold, and the dean went that way too.
Dean, speak to me. Oh, Dean, what's wrong? Oh, Dean, you look dizzy, Dean.
Aware of his dreadful legacy, but still a dentist at heart, the sorrowful young man opened up an office and went into business.
Brushed him twice a year, eh?
That's what I'd say. Oh, by the way, who put all those gold teeth in for you?
What gold teeth?
Horror of horrors, he had unknowingly transformed all the man's teeth into gold. In fact, it wasn't long before all his patients were likewise equipped.
All I wanted was an extraction, not a gold mine.
My boy, it's good to see you again.
How can you say that after what you've done to me?
What have I done? What have I done? Where have I gone wrong?
You have created a finster.
You mean monster?
I know a guy named Finster who's a monster.
They had a father and son discussion during which the boy displayed his prowess by turning various things into gold.
And now I have a good mind to touch you. Oh, dear Dad.
You do that to your own father?
Well, you did this to me, your son.
King Midas spoiled what might have been a golden opportunity by talking his offspring into visiting an old witch who lived on a hill.
Go away. I have a spell to get out by noon.
But my dad said you would de-golden touch me.
Oh, very well. Sit in a chair and I'll be right with you.
The only chair in the room was a genuine Louis XIV, the witch's pride and joy. He touched one arm. The chair was transformed into gold, and because of its sudden gaining of weight, it lunged through the floor.
Why, you little...
Oh, I tell you, an angry witch is the worst kind, so the son wasted no time in beating a hasty retreat.
If I ever lay my hands on you...
Returning to his dentist's office, the crestfallen lad pondered his fate. That's when a voice spoke from the chair.
I should like a gold filling, young man.
Sir, if I so much as touch one tooth, your entire set of teeth will turn to gold.
That's fine by me, Jack, and in return I shall tell you how to solve all your problems.
How do you know about my problems?
I've been listening to the story.
Oh!
He went to work, which simply meant that he touched one molar.
There you are. You now have a mouth full of gold.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now listen closely. Here is how you can put your golden touch to good use.
The dental office has been for rent for many, many years. You see, the boy took the stranger's advice and got out of dentistry altogether. What did he go into? Well, that's his place of business there, that little shop beside the river with the sign that says Junior Midas, locksmith. But I don't understand. What does a golden touch have to do with being a locksmith?
What's the matter? You never heard of Goldilocks?
Once upon a time, there was a young farm lad who lived on a farm, which, of course, is where farm lads usually live. He was a happy boy, and he loved the country.
I love you, country.
He loved the cows.
I love you, cows.
He loved the trees.
I love you, trees.
And he loved to go barefoot and feel the mud squish up between his toes.
I love you, mud, squishing up between my toes.
But most of all, he loved Hilda, a beautiful honey-haired girl whose father was a wealthy merchant.
And I've come to ask your permission to marry the fair, honey-haired Hilda. I await your answer, sir.
The answer was not long in coming. Oh, the boy was heartbroken and certain that he had lost his true love forever. But Hilda, who had grown quite fond of the lad, had a plan.
Father doesn't like you because you're just a country pumpkin.
That's bumpkin.
But if you could become rich, do something impossible, and prove your bravery, I'm certain he would give his consent.
Willing to do anything for the hand of Hilda, the lad quickly set off for the nearby city, where it so happened that the king, while taking his morning stroll through the marketplace, was set upon and bitten by a chicken.
Ouch!
The king sentenced the chicken to life in prison. Fortunately, the young farm lad chanced to pass the prison that very afternoon. As he did, the chicken reached out through the bars and...
A rock tied to a note. I am a magic chicken. Help me escape, and I will grant you 3 wishes.
This was indeed a stroke of luck, and he wasted no time digging into the prison wall to free the chicken. In no time at all, he was inside. Then, by placing the chicken on his head and fluffing him up, he was able to walk out past the guard who thought he was an Indian.
Hello, Chief.
How, Kimosabe?
Moments later, they were safe deep in the woods.
You've done well. Now I shall reward you. What are the 3 wishes you wish to wish?
Well, first, I wish I was rich.
Oh, my, I get a lot of requests for that one. So be it.
The chicken took the lad to a large stream where she instructed him to swim to the deepest part and return with 3 shiny stones from the bottom. In the boy jumped, sank like a rock to the bottom, and snatched up 3 shiny stones.
I got them. Are they diamonds, rubies, or something like that?
No, they're just shiny stones. You can throw them away now. You're rich.
How come I'm rich?
Simple. I just bet this woodsman that I could find somebody nutty enough to dive into that cold water and bring up 3 shiny rocks.
You win, chicken. Here's my golden axe.
The golden axe did indeed make him rich, and off he ran to show Hilda.
Wonderful. You've completed the first task. But can you do something impossible?
Oh, it's easy. I'll do that now.
And I'll put the axe in the bank in my name.
Hurrying back to the chicken, the young lad made his second wish.
I wish to do something impossible.
Going to the highest cliff in the kingdom, the chicken said one word.
Jump!
The lad said one word.
Geronimo!
And did.
I say, what's the big idea? I thought I was going to do something impossible.
You did. You just jumped off a 700-foot cliff and lived. By the way, we won another gold axe.
Now all I have to do is something brave, and we can be wed.
Once more, going to the chicken, he made his third and final wish.
Something brave? All righty.
And with a wave of her wing...
Hey, what's the idea of turning me into a chicken?
Because you're going to get a lock of ogre hair.
Well, fine. But what's the idea of turning me into a chicken?
Snipping a lock of hair off an ogre would be a mighty brave deed, right?
Right. But what's the idea of turning me into a chicken?
The ogre would be suspicious if he saw a young lad enter his castle with a pair of scissors, wouldn't he?
Sure, and eat him up. But why a chicken?
But if a chicken entered the ogre's castle with a pair of scissors...
It suddenly became quite clear. Not even an ogre could be suspicious of a chicken. Off he raced for the ogre's castle and bravely went inside.
Whom goes there? Whom?
A chicken with a pair of scissors. You suspicious?
No.
A short time later, the ogre sat down for his evening meal, and when he lifted the lid off of his serving platter, out sprang the chicken, snipped off a lock of his hair, and sped away.
That's the first time a chicken ever gave me a haircut. But I'm still not suspicious.
His 3 tasks accomplished, all that remained was to have the magic chicken change him back into a lad. Unfortunately, the chicken, having granted the 3 wishes, had flown the coop. and was nowhere to be found. The clock in the steeple was striking 5. His time was up, and there was nothing to do but return to Hilda as he was.
Don't let the feathers fool you, Hilda. It's me. I've got a lock of ogre hair, and that proves I'm brave.
Ogre hair or not, you failed. We cannot marry, for you're not brave. Farewell forever.
Alas, it was true. He had failed. For as everybody knows, it's impossible to be brave if you're chicken. And the poor lad lived as a dumb cluck ever after. Once upon a time, there was an exciting fairy tale about a young boy named Aladdin, who, instead of having a yo-yo like the other kids in the neighborhood, had a magic lamp. By rubbing this lamp, a great genie would appear and grant Aladdin any wish he so desired.
I wish I had a yo-yo like the other chaps.
Yes, master.
Unfortunately, Aladdin also had a wicked uncle who wanted that magic lamp and was constantly trying to get it away from him.
I'm a sport, Al, baby. I'll give you a 1913 nickel for it.
No, you're kidding.
A dime, maybe?
No.
All right, then I'll shoot the works. 50 cents.
It was a mighty tempting offer, but Aladdin still refused his uncle.
The only way you'll ever get this lamp is over my dead body.
Say, funny you should say that. Ready, aim.
That would have been the end of Aladdin, but at the last moment he rubbed the lamp, the genie appeared, and the wicked uncle disappeared. His problem solved, Aladdin then wished for a beautiful wife, a beautiful palace, and a beautiful treasure. With everything he could possibly wish for, Aladdin lived happily ever after, or so everybody thought. It so happened that 20 years later, Aladdin chanced to be in the woods reciting poetry, and
I shoot an arrow into the air. It falls to earth, I know not where.
But there was a powerful sorcerer who happened to be passing nearby, and he knew where.
Have you any idea how mad a thing like this makes me?
Would it help to say I'm sorry?
Give it a try.
I'm sorry. Did it help?
With that, the sorcerer waved his wand, there was a crash of thunder, and Aladdin's riches, wife, and worst of all, his magic lamp with the genie, vanished from the face of the earth.
Now, what do you think?
Well, offhand, I'd say you're still pretty hacked.
And poor Aladdin was right back where he started, a penniless, dirty little urchin.
I hate days that start off like this.
Knowing the only way he could get back what he'd lost was to find another magic lamp. So off he went in search of his wicked uncle who had helped him find the first one. Luck was with him.
Wicked uncle, it's me, Aladdin.
Get out of here. Because of you and that magic lamp, I've been down in the dumps for 20 years.
But don't you see, that's why I'm here. I want you to help me find another magic lamp.
A deal was made, and they hurried off to the edge of town and to the mysterious big hole in the ground where they had found the first lamp.
Look, if there was one lamp down there, there might be two. If they liked it once, they'll love it twice. Jump down and see, baby.
Now remember, dear wicked uncle, we both jumped down.
And sure enough, there on the ground before them was another lamp, but much larger than the first one.
Go ahead, rub it, see if a genie appears.
But though he rubbed and rubbed, nothing happened.
Perhaps if one of us got inside the lamp and pretended to be a genie.
Silly, but it's worth a try.
Aladdin squeezed his way inside it. The uncle rubbed vigorously, and a genie did appear.
It's not really a genie, Unc. It's me, Aladdin.
I know. All right, let me make a wish. I wish for a ham sandwich.
Aladdin strained mightily, but couldn't even come up with the mustard.
You knucklehead! If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Venting his wrath, he gave Aladdin a sharp rap on the head, which produced a large lump.
I certainly wish we were out of here.
And just like that, they were.
I say, it did work.
Unknown to them, it wasn't Aladdin who was magic. It was the lump on his head. By now, it had gone down so that every wish they made was futile.
I knew I couldn't trust you. You're holding out on me.
The lump reappeared.
Maybe we're wishing for too much. I say, let's try something smaller.
I wish I had my nickel back.
Just as before, the lump worked a miracle, but instead of wishing while the lump was there, they dashed off to spend the nickel. By the time they got back to wishing again, the lump was gone.
I wish I had $1 million.
I wish I was in Dixie.
Hooray!
Hurrah!
Hooray!
Well, they wished and they wished for 6 straight days without one of them coming true. And then, on the 7th day, a minor earthquake shook the city, causing a vase on a shelf to topple down and crash on Aladdin's noggin. You guessed it, the lump was back.
Oh, I say, am I lump prone these days?
You know something, Al, baby? About the only thing we haven't wished for is to be in a huge cavern in which rests all the priceless treasures of the world.
That did it.
It worked again. We're millionaires.
Overjoyed, they cavorted among the vast riches, and all the while, the lump grew smaller until at last it was gone.
Well, all we have to do now is wish that we were back home with all this stuff.
Yes, go ahead, wish.
I wish that we were back home.
With all this stuff, like he said.
Ah, what a tragedy. For their wish would not come true without the magic lump. They were doomed to stay in that drafty old cavern.
Wonderful, wonderful.
You want to stay in a drafty old cavern?
Oh, I thought he said tavern.
There was once a tinker who had 3 sons. Every morning he would leave his sons at home to go and find something to tinker with.
Now be good little boys, especially you, Nat.
Nathaniel was the youngest and also the most rebellious.
Now why did you throw that cake on the floor?
Well, you said it was marble cake, and I wanted to see if there was any marbles in it.
Nathaniel, if you're not careful, someday you'll hang.
And off the tinker went. After 18 hours of tinkering with this and that, he finally trudged home, or at least to what was left of it.
Boys, what happened?
Nat lit a fire in the fireplace.
But we didn't have a fireplace.
I know.
Nathaniel, someday you'll hang.
Well, the years went by as they have a habit of doing, and the sons grew older and wiser, all except Nat. He grew older, but definitely not wiser.
Would you mind telling me why you hooked up the cow to the reducing machine?
I wanted a milkshake.
Nathaniel!
I know, Pop. Someday I'll hang!
Now, you might think that a tinker's lot is a poor one. Far from it. On Christmas Eve, he showed his sons a strange-looking music box.
Merry Christmas, boys.
Nathaniel not only opened it, but he bashed it against the wall, and there, standing amidst the rubble, was a little old man with a beard, 2 inches tall. The man, not the beard.
I am a sprite who has been locked inside that music box for 100 centuries. Have you ever been forced to listen to 80 million choruses of the Mainstein song?
Well, if you're a magic sprite, can you perform magic?
I shall do better. Tinker.
Huh?
You have 3 sons. They may each ask a wish, and I shall grant it.
I should like to be rich. Richer than anyone in the world.
The sprite pointed a finger, waved it, and at the young man's feet lay all the precious stones in existence.
Sir, I should like to be married to the sweetest, most beautiful girl in the world.
Again the finger, and lo, that wish too became a reality.
And now you, young man.
Look, you may fool the Bobbsey twins here, but not me.
Go on, Nathaniel, make a wish.
Sorry, Pop, there's nothing to wish for. I just want to be me, Nat.
And a gnat he became.
Nat, speak to me. Buzz a little anyway.
Hey, this is terrible.
I beseech you, Sprite, return Nathaniel to his former self.
3 wishes are pretty rough on an old codger like me. I tell you what, I'll come back in a month and grant each of your sons 1 more wish.
And with that, the sprite vanished. The music box reassembled itself, and all was as before, except for Nat.
Don't fret, Nat. In 1 month, you can make another wish and change back.
You think I can wait a month? Not me.
Out of the window he flew. Not very far from the tinker's house was an old hut that belonged to a witch. Nat figured, and rightly so, that the witch could change him back to his former self. Ah, but in the midst of his flight, he passed over an elderly woman who was having a picnic.
As long as I'm a gnat, I might as well have some fun. I'll dive bomb her.
Oh, that poor soul. Time and again, Nat zoomed at her. Time and again, she took a swipe at him, only to slip and land in a custard pie. The picnic was ruined. Tiring of such sport, Nat made a beeline, or rather a gnat line, straight into the witch's hut.
She must be out shopping. Oh, well, I'll wait.
He didn't wait very long.
If I
never lay my hands on that gnat that spoiled my picnic.
Oh, my gosh! She's the witch!
I got you, you little pest!
Oh, spare me, Miss Witch. I'm not really a gnat, but Nathaniel, son of Tinker.
Nathaniel? You're not the mean little kid who's the scourge of the neighborhood.
The same.
Boy, if I had a son, I'd want him to be as nasty as you. Us witches are proud of your work.
Then you'll change me back to what I used to be?
It'll be an honor.
A wave of a magic wand, and it was done. Nathaniel returned home to his overjoyed father and picked up where he left off.
Who threw the cat through the window?
I did, Pop. I wanted to give him a pain in the neck.
Nathaniel, someday you'll hang.
3 weeks went by, and the little man reappeared.
Well, Tinker, I see your son Nat is no longer a gnat.
Yeah, he was most fortunate. Will you still grant my sons a wish like you did before?
I will.
I have nothing to wish for, as I am content with the riches you gave me last time.
And I am too happy with my beautiful wife to wish for anything else.
What about you, Nathaniel?
Like I said before, I just want to be me.
No, don't say it again, Nat.
Don't worry, Pop. You see this document? I had my name changed to Arthur, so I just want to be me, Art.
The sprite pointed his finger, and he became Art. A work of art. An abstract painting in a gilded frame.
Alas, I lose my son again.
The sprite vanished never to be seen again, and strangely enough, the Tinker's prophetic words came true. He said that someday Nat would hang, and he did, on the living room wall. There was no such thing as monotony in merry old England, for whenever things got dull, good King Arthur would hold a tournament. Eventually, one solitary knight emerged victorious to receive the plaudits of his king. On this particular occasion, it was a gallant but rotund fellow named Sir Cumference.
Splendid performance, Sir Cumference.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace. Oh, that last chap was rather sturdy. I had to smash him with the mace.
It was discovered to everyone's horror that last chap was not a chap at all, but rather Queen Guinevere.
Oh, no wonder he wore a dress.
I've a good mind to denight you. Instead, I shall send you to Chickenshire.
Chickenshire, the most cowardly town in the nation, was well named.
Run for your lives! There's a lion in the streets!
Actually, it was a 3-week-old kitten. Sir Cumference and his wife set up housekeeping in a large but run-down castle on the edge of town. Each day, one or more Chickenshireans would run up to the drawbridge, grab the trumpet that hung from a tree, and let go with a deafening blast.
What's the trouble?
It's raining.
Is that all?
Is that all? We might drown.
It was occurrences like that turned a once proud knight into a lazy loafer.
Well, are you just going to sit there? Someone's blowing the trumpet.
Let him blow.
The years went by, and the only fighting Sir Cumference did was with his wife. Not too far from Chickenshire, about a stone's throw and a half, sat an institution of learning, a college, and a highly unorthodox college, for this was Dragon U, where dragons of all shapes and sizes studied in the art of combat. Oh, look, I see. We're just in time for graduation exercises.
And so, it is with the utmost pride that I hand out these diplomas.
Dragon after dragon took his scroll, received a heartfelt claw shake, and left the stand, all but one, named Milo.
Where's my diploma, sir?
I'm afraid you flunked again, Milo.
But gosh, Dean, I've been a senior for 40 years, and I still haven't graduated.
Calculus, Milo. You're weak in calculus.
There must be some way I can become a full-fledged dragon.
There was. According to the Dragon Magna Carta, a dragon could slay 13 knights and thus attain dragonhood.
But to prove that you've slain 13 knights, you must bring me 13 helmets.
It was either that or another semester, so Milo set out to slay 13 knights.
I wouldn't know a knight if I saw one.
His meanderings eventually took him to a tiny hamlet where he spotted something of great interest.
Helmets by Dantine.
There, nestled snugly beneath a tree, stood a helmet shop.
That's it. I'll buy 13 helmets and give 'em to the dean and tell him I tooken 'em off 13 knights, which I slewn in fierce combat.
2 weeks later in the dean's office.
10, 11, 12. Milo, there are only 12 helmets here.
Why, that dirty?
One more, my boy. One more helmet. Oh, and the helmet I should like you to get belongs to a knight named Circumference.
And much as he hated it, Milo set off to procure his 13th helmet, the hard way.
There they go again.
It's not one of the villagers, Lovey. It's a dragon.
All my days are dragon. But I'll take a look. What do you want?
Put on your helmet, O knight, and we shall do battle.
Go away.
I said, bring down your battle axe.
My wife stays here.
This gave the desperate beast an idea. Under cover of darkness, he stole into the castle and made off with Circumference's wife. The next day...
So, you took my wife, huh? So what?
Well, doesn't that make you mad?
Are you kidding?
Okay, then I'll bring her back.
That made Circumference mad. Jumping into his armor, he rushed out of the castle and engaged the dragon in mortal combat. The battle lasted for days. Finally, after 2 weeks of bitter, unending struggle...
Hey, this is work, you know.
Yeah, more than I've done in years. Look, dragon.
Milo.
Look, Milo. Why are you after my scalp?
Oh, it isn't your scalp, it's your helmet. You see...
And Circumference was filled in on his opponent's plight.
Well, if that's all you want, here.
Milo couldn't believe his eyes. He now had the 13th helmet.
Oh, I'm proud of you, my boy.
It was nothing, Dean.
Let me see. 13 helmets. Yes, they're all here.
Can I have my diploma now?
Well, there is one small formality.
Oh?
According to the Magna Carta, you must now eat the 13 helmets.
You're kidding.
Read it.
Dear, 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 poor Milo. He ate every last one of those helmets. And after eating them, he wasn't much good for anything. You might say he had one too many nightcaps. You won't find it on a map because it isn't there anymore, but there was such a place known as Tootsie Lavender, which in French means feet of purple. Now, the reason it was called feet of purple is because all the people who lived there had purple feet. This was not an allergy, but was due to the fact that the entire countryside was covered with grapevines. And when you have that many grapevines, you have an abundance of grapes and grape stompers. Hence the name Tootsie Lavender. As the years went by, they produced not only all sorts of wines and grape juice, but a very tasty champagne. There was only one thing wrong with it. When you opened a bottle, the cork would not pop.
The champagne is no good. It is flat.
It wasn't flat. It just would not pop. The scientific minds of Tootsie Lavender immersed themselves in the problem and came up with all sorts of cures.
Here we have a bottle containing a dash of nitroglycerin. This will make a pop.
That didn't work too well. Then, one day...
Go away. We are busy.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I believe I can help you.
Before a protest could be lodged, the stranger stuck a finger in his mouth and...
Sacre bleu! Do it again!
For 3 weeks, the popper popped to the delight and the amazement of the scientists. Well, the upshot of it all was this. When you purchased a bottle of Tootsie Lavender champagne, you also received the services of the popper.
Look, dear, I bought a bottle of champagne.
And who is that?
It comes with it. Ready, monsieur?
Anytime.
The man pulled the cork, the popper popped. And everyone was happy. This went on for a year, with the popper appearing all over the land, popping his way into the hearts of everyone. And then, one day, the evil prince who ruled Tootsie Lavender decided to give a party.
3,000 bottles of champagne?
Oui, and you must guarantee that they make with the pop.
Well, where do I appear today?
At the castle of the evil prince. You must pop 3,000 times, and without fail, or...
Easy, shopkeeper. I shall do it easily.
But this was the wet season, and the papa was forced to fight his way to the castle through a blinding downpour. What's more, wet, cold rain can play odd tricks on a person, as you will soon see. The prince's party was a gay one. That is, until the time came to drink champagne.
All right, Popper. Do your work, and do it well.
Never fear, your evilness.
The first bottle was brought out. The prince pulled out the cork, pointed to the papa. The papa went through his customary procedure, and... no pop.
You try to make the fool of me.
I can't understand it. Now, I'll try again.
Though he tried and tried, not a pop could he make. The party was a dismal failure.
Enough of this. Throw him in the dungeon.
The papa was dumped unceremoniously inside the castle's deepest, dankest, darkest dungeon.
Oh, well. Into each life some rain must fall.
Who said that?
I believe it was the Mills brothers. Who are you?
There, in a corner, sat a bearded figure.
I am the prince of Tootsie Lavender.
Well, then who's the mean one upstairs?
An impostor who overpowered me and usurped my throne. Alas, if only I could get out of here.
I'd like to help you, but I have my own problems. Laryngitis of the papa.
Well, time wore on, and eventually the wet season moved on to San Francisco. The clear, dry air returned, and so did the papa's papa.
I did it. I got it back.
Oh, these nuts they put in here.
But the pops were to be the good prince's salvation. For the guards in the dungeon heard the sounds, believed them to be emanating from champagne bottles, and ran to the cell, glasses in hand.
Vive la Jackie!
By 3 that afternoon, every guard in the castle was in that cell. But the papa and the prince weren't. They had escaped completely unnoticed.
This way, mon ami. I have this score to settle.
Through a secret passageway they went, and where did it lead? To the great hall, where the evil prince was cheating at Scrabble.
Is that you, Pierre?
No, you rotten impostor. It is me.
You!
Revenge is sweet.
So is apple cider.
Back and forth they fought, neither giving an inch. And then the good one happened to trip.
Aha! The moment of truth.
The good prince would have had it not been for the papa. He popped.
Quick! Someone give me a glass!
And that's when a fist knocked him reeling. Well, from that day forward, Tootsie Lavender was a much happier land. As for our friend the papa, he was made royal instructor. Every man in the kingdom went to school to learn how to make the popping noise. And it suddenly occurs to me that most of those men were married and were fathers. I wonder if that's how they got the name Pop. A young man should have 3 things: money, good looks, and a sense of humor, in that order. Alden Farquhar had the good looks and the sense of humor.
Gosh, I'm handsome.
You see what I mean? But when it came to money, he was woefully lacking.
Gosh, I'm poor.
But money isn't everything. Alden was constantly besieged by a bevy of beautiful maidens, and he laughed easily at anything and everything.
Ouch!
It was while he was strolling through the kingdom one day that his life took the wrong turn on the freeway. For up ahead, a dark figure was bent over pulling weeds, and pinned on the back of that dark figure was a sign that said,
"Kick me and get a surprise."
Alden couldn't resist. He booted.
Ow!
Mother of pearl, I kicked a witch.
You know what I do to young men who boot me? I cast a spell on them.
But my name is Alden Farquhar.
From this day on, you'll be as ugly as all get out, and you will remain ugly until the day that a fair maiden kisses you.
Well, you couldn't get much more ugly than what Alden became. He was beastly looking.
Oh, boy. Now what am I going to do? I lost my looks, my sense of humor.
Ah, but that third commodity, the one he had always lacked, suddenly came his way.
Oh, don't eat me, Ogre. Please don't eat me.
What are you talking about? I just had lunch.
If you don't eat me, Ogre, I will remunerate you.
What does that mean?
I'll give you money.
Oh.
And the poor, frightened man showered golden coins at Alden's beastly feet. By sundown, 43 passers-by had passed by Alden and donated to the cause.
I'm rich. Now I can live in the manner to which I'm unaccustomed.
The first thing on his list was an abode to dwell in.
Yes, that castle up on the hill, that's for sale. I'll tell you what, buddy. If you don't eat me, I'll let you have it for cheap.
Well, like for how cheap?
Well, how about for nothing?
The price was right, so Alden moved in. Then he settled down to a life of luxury, and every hour, on the hour, he counted his money.
22 million?
It was the same old story. Whenever he wanted to bolster or replenish his monetary supply, he simply walked through the streets of a nearby village shouting,
Yoo-hoo! It's me, Alden! I've come to eat you!
Inside of a year, Alden was a millionaire 10 times over. It was just about that time that the old witch whom Alden had kicked received a group of visitors.
10 beautiful maidens? What could you possibly want from me?
Can you tell us what happened to Alden Farquhar?
That name rang a bell. And sure enough, there on page 462 of her income tax report was the story of how she had changed Alden into a beast, which was deductible.
Then the beast that lives in the castle is really our beloved Alden.
Yes, and all you have to do is kiss him. That'll break the spell, and I'll no longer be able to claim him as a dependent.
That evening, Alden sat before a fire pasting $1,000 bills in a scrapbook when suddenly...
I have come to kiss you, Alden, and return you to your former handsome self.
Then Alden realized that he would lose his livelihood if he were no longer a beast.
Stop! Don't take another step.
Let me take you away from all this.
He made faces guaranteed to frighten anyone, but the damsel was dedicated. He sought refuge in the castle basement.
Kiss me, my fool.
Off he went, seeking someplace devoid of kissing females. But no matter in which room he ran, he always found a puckered damsel waiting. Finally, on the castle roof...
They've got me outnumbered, but they'll never find me up here.
Let's play post office, Alden.
How about spin the bottle?
Halt and desist. Pursue me one step more, and I shall fling myself over the parapet.
But, Alden, there's no water in the moat.
Who cares? I can't swim anyway.
Well, we can't let you throw your life away.
Then you'll leave me?
We love you, Alden, but not enough to hurt you.
Well, I'm glad you've come to your senses. Farewell.
Farewell. Well, aren't you going to kiss us goodbye?
Yes, I suppose it's the least I can do.
Ah, the wiles of the female.
What have I done? Or rather, what have you done?
Thus Alden Farquhar once more became handsome. He also got back his sense of humor. But the money ran out, and he also became penniless again.
Yoo-hoo, it's me, Alden. I've come to eat you.
As before, that call brought immediate response, only this time the villagers threw garbage, not money.
I don't want to be handsome. I want to be ugly and rich. I want to be a beast again.
And so, dear friends, if ever you're bending over pulling weeds and someone gives you a good solid pick, don't be too harsh on him. It may be Alden Farquhar. This is the way the story of Little Fred Riding Hood begins. Little Fred Riding Hood lived in a little woods in a little house with his little mother. As a lad, it could not be said that he was good-looking. Nor very smart, for he could only count up to 1.
1?
And he did that badly. But the one thing that could be said about Little Fred Riding Hood was that he had a beautiful voice and could sing like a bird. And one morning, his mother said to him,
Freddie, dear.
Yes, Ma?
If you don't stop that off-key singing around the house, I'm going to lay into you with this broom.
But, Ma, Granny spent a fortune giving me singing lessons.
Yes, I know she did, and I think it's high time we got even with her. Now, here, take this basket of sheet music and go through the woods to Granny's house. Sing to her for a change and see how she likes it.
And so, taking the basket, little Fred Riding Hood skipped merrily off into the woods. Skipping is a very hard way to travel, and Fred was out of condition anyway, so a short time later, he stopped to rest.
I will take 5 by this hollow stump.
But no sooner did Fred sit down than he heard an awful commotion within that stump.
Oh, ow, ouch. Oh, my God. Ouch, ouch.
And there were 2 funny little men with high-pointed hats, and their long gray beards were tied firmly together.
What are you 2 doing in there?
We live in here.
But our beards have become tangled, and I fear we'll have to go through life looking each other in the eye.
Can you help us?
Well, being a good lad, Fred agreed to try.
Hold tight. I'll rip you apart.
Will it hurt?
Oh! Yes.
Bidding them farewell, little Fred Riding Hood continued on his way to Granny's house.
Oh, he was a good boy. I think we ought to reward him for being so kind to us.
Good idea. Let's cast a spell that'll make him grow more handsome every minute.
And so they did, and so he did. For unknown to Fred, with every step he took, he became better looking, and better looking, until he was by far the handsomest man in the country.
Oh, what a handsome lad!
How good looking!
He's beautiful.
Hi, sweetie!
What's the matter? You all nuts or something?
But looking at his reflection in a meat market window, he saw that it was true. He was good looking.
Well, if that don't punch a hole in the boat.
The young ladies of the city were unable to control themselves at the sight of little Fred Handsome Riding Hood, and the poor lad was mobbed.
You 2 funny little men are pretty funny. Now, come on, make me unhandsome so I can get to Granny's.
As this was his desire, they changed him back to plain old Fred.
That's better. Now, I'll give you my lunch of cookie sandwiches to keep you busy. No more tricks now.
And with that, Fred once more set off down the road for Granny's house.
Wasn't that sweet of him to give us his lunch?
It certainly was. Let's reward him.
He looks awful thin. Let's cast a spell that will fatten him up.
They did. And just as before, with every step little Fred Riding Hood took, he grew fatter, fatter, and fatter, until he weighed over 700 pounds. Needless to say that when he stepped onto the high bridge that crossed the river, it collapsed with a roar.
They did it again.
And Fred waddled back to the hollow stump as fast as his obese little legs could carry him.
All right, you guys, knock it off.
He did get a little fatter than we figured.
So be it.
And Fred was returned to normal.
Why do you 2 keep casting spells onto me?
Because each time we've met, you have done a good deed for us.
And that is our way of rewarding you.
Some reward?
It was now growing quite late, and Fred hurried off down the road, but this time he ducked behind a large tree a short distance away and waited until he was sure the 2 funny little men were fast asleep.
I've got to do something to make them mad so they'll stop rewarding me, or I'll never get to Granny's.
Knowing that the little men were very proud of their long gray beards, Fred stole up to the hollow stump and, with a snip of his scout knife, he cut them off.
What happened?
Someone cut off our beards.
Who would do such a thing?
I would do such a thing, and I did. So long, fellas.
What a crazy kid, huh? What are you looking at?
You. You're a girl. What are you looking at?
You're a girl, too.
How do you like that? We're a couple of little witches.
And to think we'd never have known if that nice boy hadn't cut off our beards.
We should reward him.
That's a good idea. We'll cast a spell that will make a gold coin drop out of his mouth every time he opens it.
And they did, so that when little Fred Riding Hood finally reached Granny's house and opened his mouth to sing, instead of a lovely song, a gold coin dropped out of his mouth. Then another, and another, and another. And he paid off happily ever after, which you have probably already guessed is the way the story of little Fred Riding Hood ends. Quite some time ago, a young bear, upon reaching his 21st birthday, said to his mother,
I think I'll take a walk in the rain.
You go out in your bare feet and you'll catch cold.
but he paid his mother no heed and took a 3-hour constitutional in what amounted to a torrential downpour. Oddly enough, he didn't catch cold, but he did contract a severe case of up-and-down fever, which ran up and down the coast at that time of year.
I feel awful. Where am I?
Citrus of Lemon Hospital, I'm your nurse, and I shall watch over you until you're well healed again.
The fever-racked Bruin had a nasty time, and for a while it was doubtful whether he would ever pull through. And then, suddenly, instead of taking a turn for the worse, he took a turn for the nurse.
Boy, what you do to me.
The bear got his health, and the nurse got a husband. They were married in the little church around the corner, up the hill, across the tracks from Grandma's house.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Give the little lady a bear hug.
We now move forward in our story some 10 years later. Mr. and Mrs. Bear reside in this cozy cottage. They have a 10-year-old bear son. Well, that is, he doesn't run around bear. He's a bear, little bear. I mean, well, you know what I mean.
Daddy, where's my baseball glove?
Don't ask me, kid. There's so much junk lying around here, I can't even find a front door.
Oh, it's true. The house was a mess. And it was all because Mrs. Bear sat around all day watching television and munching chocolates.
Ethel, are you in this room?
I'm over in the corner watching the radio.
The narrator said you were watching television.
Television's busted. I'm watching radio.
Well, look, Ethel, this place is a mess. And it's about time we cleaned up around here.
She cleaned up all right, and she started by mopping up the floor with Mr. Bear.
Leave me alone when I'm watching radio.
This deplorable situation existed for 1 year, and then, one day, Mr. Bear put his foot down.
Ow!
Ooh, I'm sorry, kid. I didn't see you. Ethel, I'm going to make a very important phone call, if I can find a phone.
It took 1 full week, but by tracing the wire, he finally located the instrument.
Hello? Home Economy Bureau? Say, send over a home economist, will you?
Why you doing that?
Because somebody's going to come over and see how we're living, that's what. You'll send one over? Keno, lady. She's on her way.
So is dinner. Porridge is on the table.
Whereabouts is the table?
It's in the dining room somewhere. We'll find it.
Thanks to the steam emanating from the porridge bowls, they found the table and prepared to dine.
Ooh, this porridge is too hot.
Yeah, you're right. It is a trifle warm.
It's too hot for me to eat.
Come on, we'll take a walk in the woods and let it cool off.
What about the home economist?
Let her cool her own porridge.
No. I mean, suppose she gets him and finds nobody home.
So she'll wait.
Well, as if you hadn't guessed by now, the home economist was named Goldilocks.
This place needs dusting.
I don't know how she did it, but the next thing she saw was the porridge on the table.
Better sample this and make out a consumer's report. Brand X is far superior to Brand Y or Z. And it tastes just like the higher-priced mush.
Next in line was the durability test on the furniture.
They're all Danish modern.
Making a note of it, she then went upstairs to examine the bedroom, which was a very difficult thing to do, as this was a 1-story house.
3 beds, leaping lizards.
Yes. Goldilocks was once the voice of little orphan Annie before she had her eyes fixed. Anyway, our little home economist tested all 3 beds and eventually fell asleep on the smallest of the 3.
Well, we're home. Let's eat.
Hey, somebody's been eating my porridge.
Yeah, somebody's been eating mine.
Whoever ate mine even ate part of the bowl.
Mashed bagels.
Don't be silly. It was probably the home economist. Oh, my gosh, look at my rocking chair. It's still rocking.
We've been invaded.
Calm down. I tell you, it's probably the home economist.
It was then that Goldilocks' snoring fell upon their ears.
I hope it isn't those boys from UCLA looking for another mascot.
I'll get my gun.
It was a mighty concerned threesome that ascended the stairs.
I thought this was a 1-story house.
Shh. The snoring's getting louder.
Well, sir, they spotted Goldilocks sleeping in the little bear's bed. Well, that's better.
You in the little bear's bed. Give your name, rank, and serial number.
Oh, hello. I'm Goldilocks, the home economist.
Now, you see, Ethel, I told you. Say, what do you think of our living conditions, Annie?
Goldilocks, I think you're living in squalor.
Isn't that near Beverly Hills?
By squalor, I mean that your living conditions are deplorable, awful, real bad.
That's what I've been telling Ethel for years. What can we do about it?
Move. I shall see to it that you live in a nice, clean, modern apartment specifically designed for bears.
Wonderful!
And so the 3 bears moved, but they weren't happy.
Nice, clean, modern apartment. Phooey!
Well, at least it's got air conditioning.
The Yangtze River, which flows through northern China, not only provided the inspiration for the song Yangtze with a Laughing Face, but gives us the setting for our story. Centuries and centuries ago, the Yangtze was nothing more than a small pond that sat beside a palace belonging to a wealthy Chinese emperor.
Well, Honorable Cook, what have we for breakfast today?
Well, I can fix a scrambled egg roll. You like it?
No, I've a hot yen for almond duck.
That's all he ever ate. Almond duck, morning, noon, and night. And that's why the pond was always well stocked with almond-eyed ducklings.
You hear the big news, Foucault? Emperor gonna have almond duck this morning.
Oh, hot dog. I hope the cook picks me.
These almond ducklings live for one thing and one thing only, to have the honor of being fed to their beloved emperor.
Yeah, we're sort of like a duck kamikaze squadron.
Yeah. All right, handsome up, you birds. Here comes the cook.
The cook came to the edge of the pond and surveyed the ducks with a keen eye. That's when the ducks went into their act.
Look up by my ducky, what a ducky melody.
If you know ducky like I know ducky.
All the time, same old corny imitations.
So he simply selected what he thought was a good-looking duck.
How furry.
Maybe we'll get lucky at lunchtime.
Yes, they all stood a chance of making good at the next meal, all but one. He was the ugliest almond duckling China ever spawned.
Boy, if this keeps up, I'm going to live to be 104.
And another duck got the honors.
Boy, I'm getting desperate. I got to use the old Chinese noodle.
Dinner time rolled around. The cook reappeared, and this time, the ugly almond duckling floated into view wearing a banner proclaiming that he was Miss America of 1922.
Say, if that duck is good enough to win Miss America title, he's good enough to be served to Emperor.
Well, it seemed as though the ruse would work. The ugly one was placed on a tray and set on the Emperor's table. But wouldn't you know, that day the Emperor was entertaining a guest.
Something is rotten here besides the Liederkranz. Guest of Emperor also wearing banner saying she is Miss America of 1922.
Now, you won't believe this, baby, but it was a tie that year.
That night, shortly before midnight, the ducks held a council.
The ugly duck is giving the pond a very bad reputation. If this keeps up, the Emperor might develop a taste for chickens.
So he took up a collection and paddled over to the object of their discourse.
Here's a sack containing 3,000 yen.
Roughly how much is that in American moolah?
Well, roughly speaking, I would say like $1.50.
Oh, boy. What do I do with all this loot?
Why don't you get talented so the cook will take you out of the pond?
Dawn found our hero flying into the nearby city of Taiping, where he enrolled at the Rock and Egg Roll Conservatory of Music.
Sure, I can teach you how to play music, but you're going to be the ugliest duck ever to graduate from here.
He studied night and day, and a few other Cole Porter songs, too, in the hopes that musical talents would counterbalance his ugliness. Finally, after 1 year of diligent practice on every instrument known to man, he headed back to the pond.
Handsome up, you guys. Here comes the cook to get the Emperor's breakfast.
The cook was amazed, for instead of the usual varied array of imitations, the ducks merely lined up and gave the floor to...
Holy mackerel!
Never had he witnessed such musical virtuosity. And at the conclusion, not only the ducks, but the birds and the fishes broke into a rousing ovation. The cook had no alternative but to pluck the exhausted duck from the water.
Now I get the orange sauce treatment, huh?
Oh, no. I'm going to mail you to Phil Spitalny. He can use a duck like you.
Failure again. In a sense, that is. The duck put in 2 years playing for Mr. Spitalny and then decided to form his own band. He did very well and even received an offer to play the palace. But the only palace that he really wanted to make good in was the Emperor's back home.
Hello, MCA. Cancel my road tour. Notify the trades. I'm giving up showbiz.
Back to the pond he flew, and what he viewed upon arrival startled him.
Oh, for the cry-eye. The pond is still stocked with ducks who are prettier than me. Oh, I'm going to remain from here to eternity.
Suddenly, a Chinese frog leaped onto a lily pad.
What you got tears in your almond eyes for?
I'm as ugly as 4 days of bad weather, that's why.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are ugly. I was ugly once myself.
I can't believe it. How come you're not ugly now?
Well, I believe that's why.
I believe you believe, but what do you believe?
I believe that I'm good looking.
Well, this was something he hadn't tried. So for 24 hours, he believed he was no longer ugly. And you know something? It worked. By morning, he was the best-looking duck in the pond.
Oh, you got it made, kid. Oh, you're sure to get picked from the pond.
He was, but not by the cook. The cook selected someone else. Ah, but don't feel too sorry for the poor little duck. You see, his name was Donald, and he was taken by a man named Walt... Well, never mind.
That's right, and now I go...
There was once a handsome young prince named John, and where one finds a handsome young prince, one is most certain to find a beautiful young princess. Her name was Tinsel, and they were very much in love.
I love you, John.
I love you, Tinsel.
They were never happy unless they were together.
Oh, I'm so unhappy.
Peekaboo, guess who?
Oh, now I'm happy.
Day after day, they went out hunting or fishing. Night after night, they went to balls at the funny house at the beach. They sang and danced and ate sugar plums out of the same dish. They shared delicate secrets together.
How much money do you have?
Oh, 100 million grinkles. You know, give or take 1,000 or so.
Va-va-voom, that's a lot of grinkles.
You can say that again.
Va-va-voom, that's a lot of grinkles.
Then finally, as everyone knew they would, they were married. And they moved into a beautiful white castle high on a green hill. They were so full of joy that everybody called it the Happy House.
I'm so happy.
That is, everybody but one, an evil old witch named Grumpyra, who hated happiness.
It's disgusting. I'll put a stop to it if it's the last thing I do.
Then, taking a basket of poison apples, she hurried off to the castle.
Who is it, Thea?
That's an old hag with mussed up hair selling apples.
Apples?
Yes, you know. The poison kind that you take a bite of and they put you to sleep for 1,000,000 years.
No, well, tell her we don't want any.
We don't want any.
With that, the witch was roughly thrown from the castle. And once again, happiness echoed from within. By now, Grumpyra was near the breaking point, and storming back to her cave, she took a huge black kettle and set herself to the task of concocting a mysterious, evil-smelling brew.
Now, where did I put the gruffy dust? Oh, yes, here it is. A pinch of this and a pinch of that. A Dewey button and a French fried bat. Oh, these bitches' brews are murder, but what are you going to do?
A short time later, she had finished and hurried off to the castle, where she stole into the garden and sprayed every rose with the strange mixture.
It's done. Now, when the princess comes into the garden to pick roses...
Oh, the garden is beautiful today. I shall pick some roses for my prince.
She will prick her finger...
Ouch!
...and turn into an ogre.
And when the beautiful young princess, who was now an ugly old ogre, went into the castle...
Hello, dear. Wearing your hair a little differently, aren't you?
It's worse than that. I turned into an ogre.
A closer look told the prince that what she said was true, and this made him very unhappy. The old witch's plan had worked, for the castle was now the saddest place on earth. Now the story would have ended right there, but for one thing. Ogres love to cook, and that night, when John's ogre wife set his evening meal in front of him, it was the most magnificent food he had ever tasted.
Dear, it. That was the best meal I ever had.
So pleased was the wife by the compliment that she went right back into the kitchen and cooked some more. And before long, being so full of fine food made the prince happy. This, of course, made the ogre happy, and once again, happiness rang from the castle. Grumpyra, of course, wasted no time in flying back to the castle to see what had gone wrong.
Say, laughing boy, how could you possibly be happy with an ogre for a wife?
Well, it's the food it cooks. Have a bite?
Say, that is tasty.
Join me?
Love to.
They both dug in and ate all John's ogre wife could cook, and she cooked all they could eat. The food was so good that even Grumpyra, for the first time in her life, was happy.
You know, she's such a good cook that I could kiss her.
Oh, no, you must never do that, boy.
All right, but why not?
Because if a handsome
handsome prince kisses her, it will break the spell, and she will turn back into a beautiful princess who can't cook for sour apples.
She? Oh, I'm glad you told me.
As a precaution against ever kissing the ogre by mistake, the prince let his beard grow and wore a gag over his mouth whenever he wasn't eating. Things were well and happy for a score of years until one day, when John's ogre wife was giving some scraps to their pet dog, he affectionately licked her face and she instantly turned back into the beautiful princess.
What happened?
The dog kissed her.
You don't mean...
I'm afraid so. His name is Prince.
That meant an end to the good cooking, and the prince and the witch were frantic.
Doesn't it make you happy that I'm beautiful again, John?
Quiet, quiet, quiet. Do you remember what you did?
I think so. Come on.
Now, having an ogre for a wife has its drawbacks, but John was happy that way, and very soon thereafter...
A pinch of this, a pinch of that, a Dewey button and a French fried cat.
John was to be very happy once again. Once in a kingdom there was a king who was such a great king that he was fit for a king. He was handsome and brave, his castle was paid for, and he had the pink slip to the royal carriage. He even had a swimming pool shaped like a swimming pool. But for all this, he did have one little fault.
Oh, honey, dearest.
Whom is it you wish, sire?
My wife, the queen, that's whom.
But, sire, you're not married.
Oh? Maybe that's why I can't find her.
Yes, the king was absent-minded and couldn't seem to remember anything. He had forgotten to ever marry. Knowing that every king should have a queen, he discussed the matter with his prime minister.
What shall I do?
Get married.
If I'm ever going to have a queen, I'll have to have some help.
So saying, he took a wishbone from his pocket that he had been saving for just such an emergency, snapped it, got the biggest half, and said his wish.
Help!
With that, there was a tinkling of tiny bells, a blinding flash of light, and a beautiful blue fairy appeared.
I'm a magic blue fairy, and I can help you get a queen.
I am all ears.
I know, but I can still help you get a queen.
Taking the king to a golden chariot, they soared up into the sky, raced among the clouds, and finally came to rest in a deep forest.
Well, it's a nice way to travel, but you'll have to admit, those landings are a little rough.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Now, where is this beautiful princess who is to be my queen?
She's a lovely princess, and she's in that castle on yon mountain.
Good. Let's go get her.
Well, first you must slay the terrible giant who lives in the woods.
Bye.
Hey, wait! With this magic sword, you can defeat him easily.
Well, that was encouraging, and the king bravely entered the woods, where he soon came face to face with the giant.
Yourself. Now stick 'em up.
The king could have simply slain the giant on the spot, but for one thing, he had forgotten the magic sword. The giant gave the hapless king a terrible beating.
He threw you nearer the castle, so you passed that obstacle. You were lucky.
Yeah, lucky. Now let's go get the princess.
Hey, not so fast. Next, you must pass through the huge, vicious thorn bush that surrounds the castle.
I could never get through there.
You can when I tell you the secret, and that's to be brave, for the thorns will part to let a brave man pass.
Oh, yeah. Well, then, that sounds easy enough. Stand back.
He ran headlong toward the vicious thorns, but also running true to form, he forgot to be brave, chickened out, and...
Did it again, eh?
Yeah, looks like.
Well, never you mind. I'll just wave my magic wand and make those old vicious thorns disappear. There we go.
Hey, why didn't you tell me you could do that before?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Well, anyway, now we can go in the castle and get the princess to be my queen.
No, not quite yet. First, you must do away with the wicked witch that guards her.
Problems. Why so many problems?
It's the breaks, boy. Beautiful princesses just don't come easy in these fairy tales.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay. What's the gimmick with the wicked witch?
I'll give you a magic word that'll make her disappear.
And that is?
Thundervogel.
Wouldn't you know it? Me with a lousy memory.
So, armed with the magic word, the king ran into the castle and...
Ha-ha! Now, you wicked witch.
Hold it. I'm the beautiful princess. That's the wicked witch over there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Ha-ha! Now, you wicked witch.
So, a handsome king who dares to enter my castle, eh? Well, just for that, I'll turn you into a toad. Higgledy-piggledy, my black hen.
Stop!
What for?
For I have a magic word that'll make you disappear. And it is,
Well, get on with it.
Thundervogel!
It was a miracle. The king had remembered the word, and the wicked witch disappeared in a cloud of green smoke. But so happy was the king by the fact that he finally remembered something, he completely forgot why he was there.
Yippee! I remembered!
Weeks went by, and of course, the absent-minded king did not return to his kingdom, for he was unable to remember which kingdom was his. Finally, he chanced to pass a lovely young girl from whom he asked directions, and when she put her dainty finger to her chin to think over the question...
Pardon me, but I can't help noticing that you have a string tied around your finger. What's it for?
To help me remember.
Remember what?
I don't know. I forgot.
The girl, it seemed, was as absent-minded as the king, and needless to say, there was such a common bond, they fell in love. And so it was that, what's his name, married, what's her name, in Who's It, and they lived, life happily ever after. Back in the days when everyone was on the Snow White kick, scallywags and roustabouts had an easy time of it.
Your money or your life?
Oh, that's easy. You can take my wife.
Not your wife, your life.
It's funny you're my way, but take my purse.
Statistics showed that crime was rampant, especially in a tiny kingdom known as Easy Pickens. The people there used to set their watches by the number of robberies that occurred.
What time do you have?
Let me see. The blacksmith is being held up, so it must be 11:15.
This might have gone on indefinitely had it not been for the arrival of a jolly gentleman on a black donkey whose name was Mule.
Mule.
His name was Schuyler Sugg, and his hobby was preventing crime.
Your money or your wife?
The lady appeared as if by magic, and the robber was thwarted. What's more, Mr. Sugg spent the next 7 days in wielding his shillelagh in the cause of justice.
Citizens of Easy Pickens, we owe a great deal to Schuyler Sugg.
It comes to $43.12.
He has not only cleaned out the town, but he's cleaned out the town treasury.
Sugg opened a tiny but adequate detective agency and proceeded to solve any and all mysteries.
I lost my pet cow, Mr. Sugg.
You'll find him inside the counter at the butcher's store at 89 cents a pound. He's on special, too.
Somebody's been stealing eggs from our chicken house, Mr. Sugg. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you eating your breakfast.
Be with you as soon as I finish these coddled eggs.
And there's no doubt of it, fellow villagers. Schuyler Sugg is our man of the year.
Yay! I don't know what to say, Mr. Mayor.
Yay!
That's when the trouble started. It was one of the coldest winters on record, and a massive fog bank sprang up out of the lower valleys and blanketed the area. It didn't stay very long, but it left behind something. For there, in the middle of a once vacant meadow, stood a black castle.
Must be one of those prefab jobs.
It was then he noticed that not a door or a window was to be seen.
You in there! Lower the drawbridge!
No answer. just the cold, clammy wind whistling through the turrets.
Better send a wire to Alfred Hitchcock.
The news spread through the town like wildfire, and by noon, everyone was standing before the huge castle.
It's black magic, that's what it is.
Nonsense, Mr. Mayor. Here, boys, take these torches and set fire to the place.
But suppose there's a witch in there.
We'll smoke her out.
Under Sug's direction, the villagers set the castle on fire. Or at least they tried to.
The castle won't burn, Mr. Sugg.
What do you mean it won't burn? You can smell the smoke.
But the smoke was coming from a nearby forest.
Why, it's supernatural, that's what it is. We set the castle on fire and the forest burns up.
Poppycock and Balderdash and all those other reindeer.
The others were too frightened to move. Not Schuyler Sugg, though. He carried a huge sack of gunpowder to the edge of the moat, lit a fuse, and then swung the sack around and finally flung it high over the castle wall.
Watch. Any second now. Boom!
They watched in breathless silence, waiting for the blast. And they got what they were waiting for. Unfortunately, it wasn't the castle that blew up, it was half the village. Sugg was in for a fight.
Boy, we better keep an eye on this castle.
You'd better get some sleep, Schuyler. You've got an awful lot of work to do tomorrow.
I have got an awful lot of work to do right now.
Extracting a magnifying glass from his pocket, Schuyler left the warm fire to probe the back side of the castle.
I'll take over while you're sleuthing.
Nothing happened for about 10 or 15 minutes. Then, suddenly, the drawbridge of the castle slowly came down.
What'll we do, Mr. Mayor?
Only one thing to do. We've got to go inside.
Brave words indeed. Thus the mayor, in fact, the remainder of the village, went slowly across the drawbridge and into the Black Castle. No sooner did they enter than the drawbridge mysteriously went up, sealing one and all inside. Dawn was late in coming, and so was Schuyler Sugg, who had gotten lost in the pitch darkness and spent most of the night home in bed.
Good morning, every...
A chill ran through him. There was no one left.
They were such wonderful folks. They were always trying to do something for me.
His hair, what was left of it, stood on end, as once more the drawbridge came down. Would he be able to summon enough courage to go in alone and uncover the secret?
Heavens, no! I am not going in there!
Oh, go on, Mr. Sugg. We'll be right behind you. Go ahead now. Open the door.
Surprise! Surprise! Happy birthday, Schuyler!
Them's my kind of people. Concern 'em.
Many years ago, in a faraway land, there lived an old tinker and his wife who had a little tinker for a son. The old couple were very thin, but not because they were poor, for the old man had made a fine success of his business and they were quite wealthy. It was because their son had an appetite that was a frightening thing to behold. And every time they went to the cupboard for something to eat...
Alas, the cupboard is bare.
Yes, honey bun, and the same fate has befallen our icebox.
Oh, the boy's done it again. He's eaten everything in the house.
Not quite.
You mean?
Yes, dearie, I hid a chicken-fried peacock in the chandelier.
Thank heavens we're saved.
They hurried into the other room, but alas again, when they had climbed up to the chandelier...
Hi, Ma. Hi, Pa.
Oh, he found it.
I also found a knackwurst you had hidden under the mattress.
Now, the old couple loved their son dearly, but as a matter of their own survival, they were forced to come to a decision on the spot.
Why don't you leave home?
Yes, it's time for you to go out in the world and make your fortune.
This little silver hammer is the very same one I started with. Take it and good luck, son. May you become a big tinker someday.
Knowing that he had come from a long line of tinkers, the lad was full of confidence, and quickly, going off to the nearest city, he walked along the streets crying his trade.
I tink. I tink.
Unfortunately, the townspeople completely misunderstood what he was saying and took a dim view of such a proclamation.
Shame on you.
We don't want you kind around here. Out!
The poor lad was stoned, and only by darting into a hollow tree at the last possible moment did the lad manage to escape with his life. He might have stayed in the hollow tree for the rest of his life if fate had not taken a hand, for it so happened that a fearful giant troll moved into the woods surrounding a nearby kingdom and was terrifying everybody with his thunderous roars.
Me.
Now, having a troll in one's woods is most undesirable, and the situation looked hopeless, but on that very afternoon, the royal woodchopper chanced to cut down the hollow tree in which the little tinker was hiding. And when it was brought to the castle...
What's that inside the tree?
A squirrel?
With blue eyes?
When it was discovered that it was a lad, the king was overjoyed.
He must be an enchanted boy. Why else would he be living in a hollow tree?
Maybe he's cuckoo.
But the king, convinced that the young man was of the enchanted variety, quickly took him off to the edge of the great forest.
With your magic powers, you can get rid of the troll for me.
I don't know anything about getting rid of trolls, Your Highness. You see, I'm a tinker.
None of us are perfect, boy. Now go!
Being a tinker had been nothing but trouble. And just then, he came face to face with the frightful troll himself.
Fee, fum, fo, fi. I smell a human passing by.
It is only I.
And whom are you?
I'm a scared little tinker.
A tinker? You mean an itinerant mender of pots and pans?
I hope so. It's been so long, you know, I've forgotten.
Good. I have a hole in my people pot.
People pot?
Yes, it's the pot in which us trolls cook people. If you will mend it for me, I shall grant you a wish.
Taking his silver hammer, the boy tinked and tinked, and soon the task was completed.
There, it's just like new.
Fine, Liebchen. You do good work.
Hey, what's the idea of putting me in a pot?
You're a people, aren't you?
Yes.
So you're going to get cooked.
But you said you would grant me a wish.
So I lied.
Desperate, he struck out with his little silver hammer. Fortunately, the one thing that will do in a troll is a blow from a silver hammer. Returning to the kingdom, the little tinker found himself a hero.
Half of my kingdom is yours, boy. And now for the best part. Take a look at this.
Say, that's a nice goat you got there.
Goat? That's my daughter. You get to marry her.
Hello, honey.
Say, that kid was enchanted. Did you see him disappear?
The lad didn't stop running until he was 5 kingdoms away. Realizing that he had nothing but trouble as a tinker, he changed his trade to being a cobbler. And one day, as he walked through the countryside crying his trade,
cobble, 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 cobble,
a nearsighted huntsman mistook him for a turkey and shot him on the spot. Oh, I know it's very sad. But at least one thing can be learned from this tale, and that is that once a tinker is bad enough, but once a cobbler is strictly for the birds. That's an old saying. Many years ago, in a primeval pond, there were many frogs. But there was one frog among them who was different from all the rest. His mother called him Julius.
Julius, you sit around all day doing nothing. Why don't you go out and play leap people with the other frogs?
Thanks, but no thanks.
Oh, what is the matter with you, Julius? You haven't touched your lunch.
People have more fun than frogs.
Yes, I guess they do. Now eat your flies.
But it's no fun eating flies. In fact, being a frog is no fun, you know. If you want to have fun, you got to be a people because...
I know. People have more fun than frogs.
Yes, that was the trouble with Julius. People did have more fun than frogs, and he knew it. For many was the time he would sit by the road leading to the great kingdom and watch the people as they passed. They were all having fun.
Yeah.
Julius couldn't stand it any longer, and knowing that he could never be happy unless he was a people, while the little frog hopped off into the dark woods to do something about it. By noon that same day, he arrived at the house of his fairy frog mother.
So you want to be a people, do you, Julius?
More than anything. Can you do it?
Well, of course. All I have to do is tap you with my wand, like this.
It worked, for he began to grow, and suddenly... Unfortunately, there are all types of people, and Julius had turned into the type that is fat and bald with a long nose. It's quite possible that Julius would have had fun, but for one thing. The first person he chanced to meet was the local bully.
Hey, Fatso, come here.
Yes?
Hey, let me see if that nose is real. Hey, what do you know it is? Boy, I'd like to have that thing full of nickels.
And from that moment on, everywhere Julius went, people laughed at it. Now, this is no fun, even if you are a people. So Julius returned to the house of his fairy frog mother.
Well, land's sake, why didn't you tell me you wanted to be a handsome people?
Never mind. The point is, could you do it now?
Well, certainly. I simply have to tap you with my wand and...
When the smoke cleared, he had been changed into a fine, strong, handsome young man. Now, certain that he could begin to have fun as a handsome people, Julius hurried back to town. It was then that another unfortunate thing happened. The evil king of a neighboring kingdom declared war. And Julius was drafted. Army life was not easy on Julius.
Name?
Julius will run us.
Where were you born?
In a pond in New Jersey.
Very funny. Sign here. Next. Good heavens, where did you get those flat feet?
Well, it's simple, you know, like you say, I'm really a frog and...
Very funny. Next.
Turn your head and cough.
Hey, hey, he, hey, her, hey!
There were months of drilling, marching, and intensive training. Then finally, Julius was marched into battle where his luck ran true to form, for Julius was the first casualty. Weeks later, when he was released from the hospital, Julius once again hurried to his fairy frog mother.
I'm telling you, frog mother, I could not stand to go through a thing like that again, you know. So, like, you gotta make me 4F.
All righty. All I have to do...
I know, tap me with your wand, but not so hard.
The tap of that little frog mother's wand was enough to make anybody 4F. So, for the third time, Julius headed for town to have fun as a people. He'd only gone a short distance along the road when he suddenly heard a startling sound. And there, just ahead, he saw a large, vicious dog that had chased someone up a tree.
Go away, shoo, scat.
Then...
It's safe to come down now. Jump and I will catch you. Well, I will be. I did not know that dogs treat pigs.
I'm not a pig, silly. I'm a princess, and because you saved my life, you get to marry me.
Marry yuck, you?
Yes, isn't it romantic?
Here, boy. Here, boy.
I'll have Father arrange for the wedding right away.
No.
Hey, come back!
This time it was a desperate Julius that ran to the house of his fairy frog mother.
I never want to be a people again. Change me back into a frog, mother. Hurry, hit me with your wand.
Can't. Broke it over your head when I made you 4F. But there is a way. If you can just hold out until the clock strikes 12, the spell will be broken, and you'll turn back into a frog all by yourself.
Peekaboo!
Julius ran like a deer for the next 5 hours. Then, when it seemed as though he simply couldn't take another step, the big clock in the tower struck 12. And with a blinding flash, Julius turned back into a frog. And he never did have any fun. Now, one would admit that this is rather a sad tale of a frog, but don't feel too badly because not a word of it is true, for you see, it's a well-known fact that frogs don't have tails. Iraq isn't something you have when your ear hurts. It's a kingdom in southwestern Asia. The capital of Iraq is Baghdad. The capital punishment is spanking. Or at least it was back in the days of the Arabian Nights.
Watch closely, Effendis and unbelievers. I will perform for you the magic rope trick.
The faker pointed to a basket filled with frayed hemp and... The Effendis, and those who tried hard not to offend, gaped in wonder as the rope coiled its way up into the air.
I will now ascend the rope.
Hand over hand, up he went, higher and higher, until he was parallel with a window in a minaret.
Just a moment, you. You got license to ascend magic rope?
I look in pocket and see.
Ah, the price of forgetfulness. The poor man had no pockets, no license, and no grip on the rope. The faker was dragged before the Sultan.
You heard what the narrator, Edward Everett Horton, say in beginning of story. Capital punishment is spanking. Give him 40 whacks.
The punishment was meted out, and although it may seem tame to some, there were others who insisted that the Sultan went too far.
You got license to eat broken glass?
Hey, you soldier, you got license to ask for license?
Everybody got spanked at least once a week. In fact, once a year on Spanky McFarlane Day, it was considered poor taste if one didn't get spanked.
I got happy kingdom. Everyone gets spanked but me, and that's because I am the Sultan.
That's what he thought. You see, a recent earthquake had toppled a small building in the city, and all that remained was a huge square boulder. Atop of this boulder sat a set of false teeth, and carved in the rock were the words, "He who wears these dentures is the rightful ruler of Baghdad."
Who do you suppose wrote that?
A guy named Dr. Beecham?
It didn't matter who wrote it. The important thing was that someone had to be found who could wear the teeth.
I got first crack at it.
But you already got mouthful of teeth.
A minor detail.
The palace was 4 stories high, so was the Sultan, else he wouldn't have had nerve enough to jump off.
Well, Sultan, you're going to be all right. You lose every tooth in your head, but you're going to be all right.
As soon as he was well enough to walk, the Sultan appeared before the boulder.
Everybody look. I will put these false teeth in my mouth, and I will be rightful ruler, which I am anyway.
But it wasn't meant to be, for the teeth snapped and bit his finger.
Yow!
When the word spread that Baghdad was now Sultanless, every Baghdadian applied for the job. According to the medical reports, there were 50,000 broken fingers that day. Lawyers could no longer point an accusing finger, secretaries couldn't dial phones, but the worst part of all was that no one sat on the throne.
Oh, Grand Vizier, the city is being taken over by mob rule.
How do you know?
Because I am one of the mob.
Baghdad might have fallen just as Rome did, except for one thing. A cow, plodding, gentle creature that she is, walked up to the boulder, took the false teeth, and put them in her mouth.
That's the rightful ruler of Baghdad.
It was written, and so it was. Order was restored in the city, and before long, the new Sultan was dispensing justice far and wide.
Go ahead, Grand Vizier. Ask the Sultan about the Crimean situation.
The Sultan refuses to talk. All she gives is a quart of milk.
Well, she got to say something, or else she ain't no Sultan.
Sultan, who killed Cock Robin? See, she don't say nothing.
I got good idea. Let's get rid of her.
Wait, we give last chance. Sultan, women in east side of Baghdad refuse to wear gunny sacks. What should they wear?
Let's jump him.
No, look. Sultan is about to speak.
Moo, moo.
Thus it was that the women on the east side started wearing muumuus. They were happy, the Grand Vizier was happy, and the Sultan was happy. Life in Baghdad went along swimmingly. And then, on a fateful day in October...
What is it, Halloween?
It's the Phoenicians, Grand Vizier. They are attacking us.
Yes, and at that very moment the Phoenician army was swarming over the city walls.
They will make a final assault in a second. Quick, Sultan, do something.
Yes, tell them what Sherman said about war.
The Phoenician commanders had heard about the cow who ruled Baghdad, and they stood patiently waiting for her to speak.
Moo.
That word moo again. Only this time it proved the cow's undoing, for moo in Phoenician means drop dead. This so infuriated the invaders that they launched a dreadful assault. One that overran Baghdad in 10 seconds. A new sultan, or rather the old one, was put back on the throne, and Baghdad was forced to pay an enormous tribute to our conquerors. As for the poor cow, she was so frightened that she never spoke again. This, of course, made the sultan very happy, and he treated the cow royally.
She's the only female around here who keeps her mouth shut.
Which, of course, proves the old Baghdad proverb. No moose is good moose. Many years ago, there was a particularly good year for fairy tales. It was the year that Prince Charming put the glass slipper on Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty was awakened with a kiss, a frog was turned into a prince, and Rumpelstiltskin didn't get the kid. Fairy godmothers were everywhere and times were good. Everybody was healthy, wealthy, and happy. That is, everybody but a young lad named Delicia, who was miserable because none of these wonderful things had ever happened to him.
I mean, what good could happen to a kid named Delicia?
He tried as hard as he knew how to become a fairy tale, but nothing seemed to work. Finding a deep well in a forest glade, he tossed in a penny and called out in a loud, clear voice,
Hello down there! Are you a magic wishing type well?
No!
I was afraid of that. Can I have my penny back?
No!
I was afraid of that, too.
Then, in hopes of finding a magic mirror, he used his last cent to buy every mirror in town.
Now hear this. Any one of you who's a magic mirror, signify by saying I.
One mirror sang 3 choruses of Whistle While You Work, and 2 others said poems, but not one said I. Delicia had failed again. It was quite discouraging, but as he walked down a lonely road, he saw something that made his eyes glisten with excitement.
It must be a magic sword. With this, I can slay a dragon, become famous, and win a princess.
He hurried off, and in a short time, he found a huge, vicious dragon.
Say, he is a beauty.
The lad bravely charged the dragon, swinging and slashing the mighty sword, but he was unable to lay a blade on the beast. The dragon, in complete control of the situation from the start, breathed fire on him. Then kicked him so hard that he landed in a heap.
Oh, so here it is.
Oh, so here, what is?
The sword. I dropped the sword on my way to the museum.
Museum?
Yeah, this sword is quite an oddity. It's the only sword in the kingdom that isn't magic.
Oh, I hate people who are late with explanation.
Defeated and heading for home, Delicia had completely given up when he chanced to meet a little man in a tub. Now, ordinarily, this wouldn't be too unusual, but this little man in the tub happened to be rowing down the middle of the road.
Hold on there. What are you doing?
I'm rowing my tub, and I don't mind telling you, sir, the going is mighty tough.
Oh, I believe it. Perhaps if you put the tub in the water, it would be easier.
The lad took him to the nearby river, where the little man found that he could row around with ease.
You've certainly been kind to me, Delicia.
How do you know my name?
Oh, just a lucky guess. So I will be kind to you. Follow that path, and you will find a beautiful girl who will be your wife.
The boy did, and just as the little man in the tub had said, he saw a beautiful young girl picking up sticks.
Pardon, fair maiden, but why are you picking up sticks?
You know the poem 1, 2, button your shoe, 3, 4, shut the door?
Oh, yes. 5, 6, pick up sticks. What about it?
Pick up sticks is all I know of it, so. Pick up sticks, pick up sticks, pick up... By the way, do you want to get married?
It had worked out just as the little man in the tub had said, and they were married.
Come in, dear. This is your new home.
Here we come, my love.
We?
Mother has to come live with us.
Well, don't just stand there, stupid. Get your apron on. You got work to do.
From that moment on, Delicia did the cooking, the dishes, swept the floors, and made the beds. But one day, on his coffee break, he hurried down to the river. He found the little man in the tub and told him of his plight.
Mother-in-law's pretty mean, huh?
Yes. I think she used to teach ogres to fight dirty.
Perhaps if you were rich, she'd go easier on you.
Rich? Well, how am I going to get rich?
Easy. Take this sack of genuine gold.
98 cents! I'm rich. I'm well-to-do.
I was wondering when you were going to pay the rent. Now lift those bed sheets, tote that pail. Get a little lazy and you'll land in jail.
Unable to stand it another minute, Delicia ran back to the little man in the tub.
Oh, it's no use. I'll never have a happy ending with my mother-in-law in the house.
Oh, yes, you will, boy. Look here at the evening paper.
Ogre on the loose. He is purple with green spots and... What's this got to do with me?
Go on home and you'll see that everything is going to turn out just fine.
When he reached his house, he found...
Something terrible has happened. An ogre came in and dragged Mother off to his cave. What are you going to do?
Nothing. I mean, the ogre got himself into that fix. Now let him get out of it.
And so they both lived happily ever after, which is more that can be said for the ogre.
Clean up this cave. What's the matter with you? Get those roots and bones out of here.
Please don't beat this old purple body. Don't hit me.
Once upon a time, which is always a nice way to start a fairy tale, there was a great white castle in which lived a powerful duke who was a very proud man. He was proud because he was tall and straight and handsome and brave, but he was proudest of all when he took off his hat, for he had a huge head of bushy, flaming red hair not to be equaled by anyone in the kingdom.
Oh, I love my red hair. It gives me fire.
He would comb it 100 strokes every day.
1 potato, 2 potatoes, 3 potato, 4.
It was his habit upon arising each morning to go to his mirror, which, by the way, was a magic mirror, admire his flaming locks, then...
Mirror, mirror, hanging there, tell me who has the reddest hair.
Violets are blue, roses are red, but it's only your dome that is redder than red.
This went on day after day, year after year, and the mirror always answered the same. That is, until one morning...
Mirror, mirror, hanging there, tell me who has the reddest hair.
Your hair is red, that's very true. But the girl who spins has hair redder than you.
Who?
Girl who spins.
Redder than me?
Makes you look like a bleached blonde, Bubby.
Shocked and horrified, the Duke ran to his address book.
G. Girl who spins. 728, small house in the forest.
Armed with the address, the Duke mounted his fastest horse and galloped off into the forest at top speed. When he arrived, he saw that what the mirror had said was true, for there, at a spinning wheel, sat a lovely young girl that had long, blazing red hair that hung down to her, hips.
My, but that's red. I say, what is your name, fair maiden?
My hair is red as fire and my skin is white as cream, so my name is Red White.
Hair's red, all right. Rinse job?
No, natural.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you'll have to dye it black.
Oh, I can't.
Why not?
I'm waiting for my true love, and he will only know me by my red hair. My fairy godmother told me so.
Now, see here. I happen to be a powerful duck.
That's Duke.
Oh, thank you. And you'd better dye your hair black, or you're going to find yourself in big trouble.
With that, the Duke turned and galloped away. Not as fast as he had arrived, however, for he had forgotten his horse. The poor girl was frightened, and as she sat weeping, her fairy godmother appeared.
Oh, there, honey. Now, don't blubber.
But if I dye my hair, my true love won't know me. And if I don't, I'll get into big trouble.
You just leave it red, dearie. I can handle that duck.
That's Duke.
Oh, yes.
The following morning...
Mirror, mirror, hanging there. Tell me now who has the reddest hair.
Red, white, like I said. Weren't you listening?
Nose is bad enough, but you didn't even bother to make a rhyme out of it.
Furious, the Duke wasted no time.
You must dye your hair black within 24 hours, or you will go to the pokey. Now, good day.
Godmother!
Oh, here I am, honey. Don't come unglued. Take these nettles that grow beside the road and put them in your spinning wheel. Every day you spin nettles, that Duke will lose 32 hairs.
Doing as she was told, Red White took the nettles and set herself to spinning. The very next day, the Duke was combing his hair the usual 100 strokes when...
1 potato, 2 potatoes, 3 potatoes, 4, 5 potatoes, 6 potatoes... Hey, what's this? My comb, it's full of hair. Mirror, mirror, look at this. My beautiful red hair is coming out.
I can see that, Bubby, and you're not rhyming either.
I know. There's no time for that. Tell me what's happening.
Well, you understand, it's like kind of a hex. You know, a fairy tale whammy. Every day that Red White spins nettles, you lose 32 hairs.
The fiend! She's got to be stopped.
Taking a stout rope, the Duke sped to Red White and bound her securely.
There! Oh, I'd like to see you spin nettles with your hands tied, buddy.
But she did. For being a clever girl, Red White managed quite well to spin more nettles with her feet.
29, 30, 31, 32. Oh, she's at it again. Mirror, speak to me. What am I going to do?
I'm rather sorry that you called, for by tomorrow you shall be bald.
Excellent. You're rhyming again.
I know. Makes it more like a fairy tale.
And just as the mirror had said, by the following day, every last red hair on the Duke's head was gone.
You can stop spinning now, kid. You win. And I might add, I'm very unhappy about the whole thing.
Well, I'm unhappy, too. Even though I've kept my red hair, my true love has not come for me.
Gee, that's tough. Well, so long.
Wait! Wait, it seems as though I've made a slight mistake. The duck here...
That's Duke.
Yeah, yes, the Duke here. He's your true love.
Me?
Him?
Darling.
Sweetie.
It's too bad I didn't figure that out till he lost his hair, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
And so, as you knew they would...
They lived happily ever after. After. Hey, Bobby, what rhymes with after?
There once lived an old man who had nothing to do. It wasn't that he was a loafer, for he had a job at which he had worked for years. He was a clockmaker. The trouble was that clocks hadn't been invented yet. Therefore, none of the clever little clocks that he had made worked. And making clocks that don't work is really nothing to do. Oh, he was very lonely. But one day something happened that was to change all this. He was in the woods gathering nuts for the winter when he chanced to see a box that was partially hidden behind a large tree.
A box. I will take it home and make a clock that doesn't work out of it.
But as he came around the tree, he suddenly stopped short. His eyes widened with surprise. The box had something in it.
Who are you?
I'm a baby who's been left here in the woods by my wicked stepmother.
Baby? How old are you?
16.
That's pretty old to be a baby.
But the old man's heart went out to the young girl. He picked up the box and carried her home to raise as his own daughter. No longer lonely, the old man was happy for the first time in years.
Oh, Cutie Lou!
He called her Cutie Lou, which was kind of cute.
Cutie Lou, it was exactly 1 year ago today that I found you in that box.
Yes, and you made a beautiful clock that doesn't work out of it.
This is your birthday, and I'm going out to find you a gift.
Bidding the girl farewell, the old man set off into the forest. He traveled deep into the wilderness and soon came to a soft wooded glade. There he found some beautiful flowers of solid gold.
Ah, these cute golden flowers will be just the thing for Cutie's cute little hair.
He'd only picked one of the tiny flowers when, with a mighty roar, a great beast suddenly jumped from a nearby thicket.
Roar! You were picking my flowers. For that, I'm going to eat you.
But I only picked one.
So? I'll only eat you once.
Oh, terrified beyond words, the old man pleaded for his life.
Please chase me. Claw me up a little bit where the scars won't show, but don't eat me.
Cease! Your cries for mercy fall on deaf ears.
I'll give you a present. How about a clock that doesn't work?
What else have you got?
Nothing. The only thing I value in my life is my cute little daughter.
This caused the beast to stop and think, for he was unhappy as beasts go, and the fact that the old man had a cutie for a daughter brought a plan to his mind.
Listen, terrified old man, I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you.
A short time later, the beast gave the old man his freedom, and he wasted no time in racing for home. When he arrived, his daughter met him at the door.
Father, you're home. Do you have a surprise for me?
I sure do.
What is it?
I gave you to a beast.
I see ya.
Wait, where are you going?
To find a box. I'm going out in the woods and abandon myself again.
But the old man quickly explained that the situation was not quite as bad as it looked. It seemed that the beast didn't really believe that he was a beast at all. He had heard a story about another beast who, when kissed by a beauty, was changed into a handsome prince who had been bewitched.
And so the beast figures that if it worked with a beauty, it ought to work with a cutie. Logical?
Could be. If he's really a handsome prince, we could get married and live happily ever after. In a castle yet. I'll do it.
And following the old man's directions, Cutie soon found the forest glade where she found the beast anxiously waiting.
Ah, fair cutie. I thought you'd never get here.
Sheesh. It's hard to believe that somewhere under all that hair there's a handsome prince. Well, let's get it over with.
Going to the beast, Cutie kissed him on the cheek to break the spell.
And that's strange. I don't hear bells or nothing like that. How do I look?
Ooh, horrible. Nothing happened. Maybe I kissed the wrong cheek.
And turning to the other cheek, Cutie tried again.
Something?
Nothing.
I can't understand it. The kiss should have worked.
Oh, it's no use. If you're ever going to change back into a prince, we're going to have some help.
And going into the kingdom, Cutie took the beast to a wise man.
Now, just how long have you had this feeling that you're a bewitched beast?
Well, it started when I was a little monster, only about 5 years old.
Then, 7 hours later...
Madam, I wish to announce that he is cured.
You mean he's a handsome prince now?
No, but he thinks he is.
Alas, fair maiden, it is I, Prince Charming.
Oh, knock it off. I wanted you to be a prince so we could live happily ever after.
Me too. But I do want to thank you for all your trouble. Farewell.
And with that, the beast kissed her hand. And, in a blinding flash, Cutie turned into a beast.
Well, how do you like that? I'm the one who was bewitched. I was a girl beast all the time.
And so, as usually is the case, it was a happy ending. They were married, and as far as anyone knows, are still living a beastly happy existence to this very day. A very long time ago, in a far-off land to the east, there lived a very rich and powerful sultan. Every year, on his birthday, the people flocked to his palace with gifts. Now, as it happened, a young rug salesman from another land who did not know of this custom chanced to come into the town that day in hopes of selling his rug. As he passed the palace, it was naturally thought that he was just another peasant bearing a gift to the sultan, and was quickly hustled inside.
Ah, what have we here? A rug. How nice.
But being a second-hand rug, it had a hole in it, and when the sultan saw this, he was furious.
By the beard of my mother-in-law, how dare you bring me a rug with a hole into it?
Well, it's a small hole, Booby, just a little teeny one, but if it bothers you, I can let you have it for half price. What do you say?
At this, the sultan flew into such a rage that he was unable to speak. This unfortunate circumstance had placed the young man's life in serious danger, and realizing his mistake...
What a really nice highness you are. You certainly can't take a joke.
Joke?
Well, of course, Booby. As a gift, this is much more than just a small rug with a large hole in it. You knew that all the time, of course.
I did?
Yes, of course you did.
Oh, yeah, I did. Of course. What is it?
Get this, Big Daddy. It's a flying carpet.
Say, this is the finest gift I've ever received. And you know, I'm so pleased that I'm going to reward you handsomely. But first, I'm going to fly my carpet.
The young lad, of course, knew that the old rug would not fly, but before he could stop him, the sultan ran to the highest wall of the palace, sat on the rug, and pushed himself over the side.
So, treacherous one, a flying carpet, eh?
The unfortunate lad was quickly seized and thrown into the palace dungeon. It was that afternoon that the Sultan's beautiful daughter, while picking flowers in the garden, happened to look in through the bars of cell 32 and saw the young man.
My, what a handsome you are. What are you in for?
A very short time, sweetie. Tomorrow I get beheaded, like Chop, you know, because I didn't bring your father a flying carpet.
If I help you escape, you could find a flying carpet and make Daddy happy so we could be married. Am I rushing things?
I thought you'd never ask, baby. What's the fiendish plan?
Wasting no time, the princess hurried to the royal kitchen where she baked a cake with a pick in it. Taking it to the waiting lad, he was able to eat the cake and dig himself out of the dungeon in less than an hour. Running into the city, he entered the first rug shop he saw.
Quick, Yasha, give me a flying carpet.
What color?
How about blue?
We got no blue ones.
All right, give me a red one.
No, we got no red ones either. In fact, we don't have any flying carpets at all.
Why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask me. How about a throw rug?
The lad went to every rug shop he could find. He found one carpet that could crawl, two that could bounce, another that could swim, but not a single one that could fly. Finally, in a last desperate effort, he went to a fortune teller.
I gaze into my crystal ball.
You do that.
I see that you will meet a tall, dark stranger with an axe.
That I already know. But can you tell me, please, where can I find the flying carpet?
What color?
Never mind what color. Just one that flies like Skysville.
Here, try this one.
Okay. Up, up, and away, fly, carpet, fly.
But alas, nothing happened.
What, are you a spy from Hanna-Barbera? The thing won't fly.
Of course not. You don't believe in that magic jazz, do you? We've got to put a little something in it to make it fly.
Something like what?
Like this.
So saying, the fortune teller held forth a large jar of buzzing bees.
Bumbling bees?
Of course. Just sew them into the lining of the carpet, and when they fly, the carpet will fly. Simple.
The lad was not too sure, but he had no choice, for his time was running out. Taking the carpet and the jar of bees, he raced back to the palace and returned to his cell. There he spent the rest of the night sewing bees into the lining of the carpet. And when he was taken before the Sultan...
Father, wait! You cannot doom him!
You want to bet?
But he now has a flying carpet that will really fly with you. You do, don't you?
I certainly hope so, baby.
Let me see.
Hoping for the best, the lad released the carpet. When the bees flew, so did the carpet. Upon seeing this, the Sultan was so delighted that he immediately gave the lad his freedom. Thus, the young man and the princess were soon married and, of course, lived happily ever after. The Sultan flew on his carpet every day, and even though the bees in the lining stung him time and time again, he was happy too.
Ooh! Ouch! Ooh! Like ow!
After all, the carpet was a gift, and even the Sultan knew that the bee stings in life are free. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It was once thought that taking the long count meant that someone had lost a boxing match. In the kingdom of Withering Heights, however, taking the long count simply meant that the very tall Count Basil had been swindled again. The poor count was an easy dupe for any charlatan he chanced to meet.
Psst. Hey, Bud, how would you like to buy a stable of racing chickens?
Racing chickens? Nobody races chickens.
I know. You'll be the only one in the world. That way you'll never lose a race.
Say, that's right. I'll take it.
Then again, that same morning...
I'll bet you 1,000 to 1 you can't jump over 4 Mile Canyon. I'll hold the stakes.
Of course, even the Count knew that he couldn't make it, but at 1,000 to 1, he couldn't resist the odds. This went on year after year, and finally, there came a day when the poor Count had nothing left to be swindled out of. His castle was repossessed, his riches were gone, he even had to give up his stable of racing chickens.
Oh, I really hate to see those chickens go, especially the trotters.
Penniless and in rags, the Count was forced to become a lowly wood chopper so that he could earn enough to buy bread and cheese.
A lowly wood breaker, to be exact, old boy. You see, I can't even afford to buy a ruddy axe.
Then, one morning, as he was going off through the forest to his daily task, he saw a beautiful bird. A sapsucker, I believe, with one of its wings caught in the branch of a tree.
I'm what you might say a sap and sucker myself.
Going to the branch, he released the tiny bird, whereupon it fluttered into the air, circled several times, and then, landing on his head, laid an egg in his hat. And with a cheery song, he flew away into the clouds.
I say, how nice.
He quickly made a fire and prepared to cook the egg, but, to his amazement, when he opened the egg, a gold coin fell out.
By Jove, what a generous and talented bird.
It was several days later, while making his usual trip into the woods, that he heard a familiar sound, and there, in the same tree, he saw the same bird caught on the same limb.
My word.
Once again he released the bird, and just as before, it fluttered into the air, circled several times, landed on his head, laid an egg in his hat, and flew off into the sky. Quickly taking the egg, the Count broke it open, and this time 2 gold coins fell out.
Champion! A double yoker! Thank heaven for little birds!
The Count had 2 gold coins, but not for long. Less than 2 hours later, a fast-talking rogue had the coins, and the Count had a deed to the Atlantic Ocean.
Now, well, don't laugh. This might turn out to be a good investment someday. Well, back to the tree.
Yes, but when he arrived, the little bird was not there.
I wonder what could be keeping the little beggar. Oh, yes, here he is.
And this time, the Count was taking no chances. Instead of setting the bird free, he took it with him.
I shall never let you out of my sight again.
And for the next 6 months, the bird laid eggs in the hat, and the Count counted coins.
1,000,002, 1,000,003, 1,000,004, 1,000,000... What's this? An Indian head penny? Ooh. See, here we'll have none of that.
The marvelous little bird was able to lay eggs full of gold coins faster than the Count could be swindled out of them. So it was no time at all before the Count was richer than he'd ever been before. He was able to buy fine castles.
I'll take 2. They're small.
Had all of his clothes made from the most expensive material.
Let's see, that's 700 gold shirts, 600 silver sneakers, and 1,000 satin socks, right?
Quite. And don't forget the mink middies, okay?
He had everything he could wish for. He even bought back his stable of racing chickens. Rich and famous, he was the envy of every fair maiden in the kingdom, and, choosing the fairest and the most beautiful of all, he was married.
Dearest, I have a gift for you.
Oh, how nice. What is it?
The thing I treasure most. Me. No, seriously. This tiny bird to whom I owe everything.
A sapsucker. Oh, how nice.
His wife took the bird and was very pleased. It seemed as though the Count was most certainly destined to live happily ever after. But that very afternoon, tragedy struck.
Extra, extra! Read all about it!
Here, boy. Paper.
And when he read the headlines...
Snow White eats poison apple. Good grief.
What's the matter, mister? You look green.
Snow White. She ate the apple.
So what? Odds were 5 to 1 that she would.
I know, but I wagered everything I have in the world that she wouldn't. I've lost everything. I'm wiped out.
But remembering that he still had the little bird that laid eggs full of gold coins, he frantically rushed to his wife.
Dear, you know that little bird I gave you?
Yes.
How did you like it?
Oh, fine. It was delicious.
Ooh. Ruined beyond words, the Count went back to the woods and sat under the old tree where he waited and waited for 100 years. But from that day to this, no one has ever found another sapsucker that laid eggs full of gold coins. Once upon a time, far, far away, there were many people who lived in the kingdom of Nothingham. Nothingham was just like any other kingdom except for one thing. Nothing ever happened there.
What are you doing, dear?
Nothing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Guess what we're having for dinner?
Nothing?
Yes, under glass yet.
And so it was, year after year. Now, nothing more would ever have been said about Nothingham, but for one thing, one day something happened. A storyteller who'd been traveling about from kingdom to kingdom collecting stories came to see the king.
That's right. You tell me a story that's happened in your kingdom, and I'll put it in my book.
Knowing full well that he dare not tell the storyteller that nothing had ever happened in Nothingham, the king quickly struck upon a clever plan.
I must say, you certainly have a nose for news, young man. There now. Take a look at that.
Oh, what is it?
This is my daughter, a beautiful princess. Aren't you, sweetie?
Yeah, but I'm almost 32 and nothing's ever
Never mind. Word has it that she's about to become a keen story.
Say, this is luck.
Things will start popping any minute now.
Going to the royal tailor, he quickly had a fairy godmother disguise made for himself.
How's that, sire?
Oh, it's fine. Girdle's a little tight, though.
Dashing out of the castle, he found a poor but handsome young lad who was working as a hole digger in the fields. Then...
Ting-a-ling! Ting-a-ling!
Good heavens, that's the biggest gopher I've ever seen. I'll smash him with my shovel.
Hold on! I'm not a gopher. I am your fairy godmother. With a tap of my magic wand, you can now marry the princess.
The young lad ran off happy as a lark, but the wily king took a shortcut and he was at the castle to meet him.
Who are you?
I have come to marry your daughter, the princess.
I'm 32, and this is the first time anything...
Never mind.
My fairy godmother told me so.
You hear that? Fairy godmother.
I got it.
First, you must prove that you are brave. You must rescue her from the terrible troll.
But the terrible troll doesn't have her.
He will. Wait here.
Dashing to the phone.
Hello, terrible troll? Yeah, it's me, the king. What's that? No, I haven't heard any good jokes, but listen, I have a little business proposition I want to make to you. If you can get over here and say, 5 minutes. Now, as I was saying, you must prove your bravery by rescuing my daughter from the troll.
A troll!
Right on cue. Snatching the frightened princess, the troll carried her out of the castle and off into the hills.
There! Rescue her!
Yes, sire!
Are you getting this?
How do you spell troll? 1 L or 2?
Changing into his fairy godmother disguise, the king ran up the road where he met the young lad.
Take this magic stick. For one blow with this, we'll drop the troll in his tracks.
Of course, it really wasn't a magic stick. And the troll dropped to the ground. Then, taking the princess, he started back to the castle.
48, 49, 50. $50 for you to take a dive.
Any time, Highness. Say, did you ever hear the joke about the traveling ogre who...
No time for that. I gotta go.
And he hurried back to the castle.
I defeated a troll, and here is your daughter, sire.
Defeated troll. Here's daughter. Got that?
Yep.
Now you must make your fortune, so you'll be rich.
How am I going to do that?
How should I know? Go ask your fairy godmother.
The king ran down to the royal treasury where he took a huge chest of gold. Then he buried it under a tall tree, and before long...
Fairy godmother!
Ting-a-ling! Here I am! And if you will push over this tall tree, you will find a fortune in gold.
The boy pushed over the tree.
Say, I'm terribly sorry about that.
Never mind. Did you find the gold?
Yes.
Then take it to the castle, for heaven's sakes.
The boy started off, but the chest was heavy, and the king arrived well ahead of him.
And he found a chest of gold under a tree. He should be here any minute.
Sensational. What an ending. He and the princess can live happily ever after.
So they waited and waited and waited, but the young man did not arrive. Finally, after 6 weeks...
You know that young lad with the chest of gold you're waiting for?
Yes?
Well, he's not coming. He met a milkmaid from Altadena on the way to the castle and ran off with her.
Oh, no.
Well, I can't write a story without a happy ending. No movie sale, you know. Too bad, too. You had a good one going there for you.
The king flew into such a rage at this turn of events that he hurled his throne out of the window. And a chance to strike a transient witch who was passing through.
All right. Who threw the throne?
I did. What about it?
This about it?
And the angry witch cast a spell on the king, changing him into a homely, scrawny little duck. Upon seeing this, the storyteller wrote a fine little fairy tale. The Ugly Duck King. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I shall tell you about a lass named Esmeralda Fump. Esmeralda grew up from a very plain-looking young girl into an even plainer-looking young woman. There was a reason for this. She had labored long and hard in the castle of a very exacting king.
The moat is dirty, Esmeralda. Sweep it clean.
Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, and tomorrow is my birthday. Could I have an hour off?
You had an hour off 10 days ago, didn't you?
That was 10 years ago, Your Highness.
Reluctantly, he gave in, and so on the following day, plain-looking Esmeralda bought a small cake and spent a carefree hour beneath a large oak tree.
Oh, I am too weary to even blow out the candles. Oh.
And she dropped off to sleep. Now, we've all heard of a beauty nap, and that's exactly what 40 Winks did for Esmeralda. She returned to work without realizing that her plain looks were less plainer.
Esmeralda, this is my son, Prince Robin of Redbreast, and what happened to the wart on your nose?
It fell off, and how do you do, sir?
I do all right.
Esmeralda went back to sleeping and bottled up her emotions. No one as plain as she could ever hope to win the prince's heart. But while she was busy on the staircase, she passed by a mirror and...
How do you do, madam?
But that was no madam. It was her. Oh, dear, it was she.
Something has happened. Say, you don't suppose the nap I took...
It wasn't easy making a bed on the banister, but Esmeralda resolved to sleep right then and there to see if it improved her looks. Of course, she had no way of knowing that the Prince Robin of Redbreast never took the stairs.
Frightfully sorry, old girl.
Forget it.
I say, tell me your name, beauteous one.
You remember Esmeralda.
That evening, the prince took Esmeralda for a stroll through Lover's Lane. He was on the verge of proposing when he suddenly noticed that his companion had lost some of her radiance.
How singular. You seem to be uglying up on me.
Esmeralda knew for sure then that sleep and only sleep could make her beautiful, and Esmeralda bolted away.
Oh, you don't suppose I hurt her feelings?
Dawn the following day, and Esmeralda was back sweeping. Only, now she had a plan. No matter where she worked, she always took time for a cat nap. In the main hall, she slept in the fireplace. On the great table, she slept under glass. Even when dusting out the moat, she snoozed on an oyster bed. All this sleeping transformed her into a gorgeous woman.
I beg your pardon, Prince Robin, but can I starch your collar?
No, but you can marry me.
The king insisted upon a courtship period of 3 days.
Enjoying the concert, my pet?
Oh, so very, very much.
There it was again. The warning sign that her supply of beauty was in need of replenishment.
Where are you off to?
I think I'll buy a snow cone.
Actually, she was looking for a restful spot in which to grab a 5-minute nap. Of all places, she chose to cuddle up inside a tuba. The audience and Prince Robin couldn't help but notice her as she popped in and out every time the tuba player played.
I say, my son, isn't that your fancy?
Yes, Daddy. She's buying a snow cone.
Later that evening at a ball given in honor of the impending marriage...
By the by, some foreign dignitaries would like to meet your inamorata.
It's in the garage, Daddy. Faulty differential.
In that case, how about introducing them to your sweetheart?
Esmeralda?
Yes.
I haven't the foggiest idea where she is at the moment.
A glance overhead would have told him, for Esmeralda was again taking a short snooze, unfortunately.
Really, my dear? I think you owe me an explanation.
And tearfully she explained how, without sleep, she reverted to her normal, unlovely self.
I don't believe you.
Well, to prove it, Esmeralda and Prince Robin sat there on the floor until 5 in the morning, and with each passing hour, her face grew plainer and plainer.
There, you see, my beauty is only sleep deep.
Double chins up, old girl. I can fix it.
Reaching out, he yanked on a bell cord that wasn't there, and out of nowhere appeared the court magician.
You rang Prince Robin of Redbreast?
Oh, yes, Freddy. Essie here can't seem to stay up late without uglying up. Claims she must have a beauty rest.
Shall I put her to sleep?
Just the opposite. Change her into a night owl.
It was a royal command and had to be obeyed.
Why the tears, Your Highness? Remember, you're not losing a son, you're gaining a daughter.
You mean I'm gaining an owl?
Yes, the magician had changed Esmeralda into a night owl, in the strictest sense of the word. But although he married an owl, Prince Robin's life became brighter than ever. You see, he was addicted to the game of 20 questions, and here Esmeralda proved invaluable.
Well, I bet I can stump you two with this one. Who was the 31st President of the United States?
Herbert?
Who?
There.
Right.
There was once a young lad who'd been sent fishing by his father in hopes of catching a meal for their table. The boy had fished and fished since early morning, but had not caught a single fish. There was a reason for this, however, for he had forgotten to put bait or hook or line on his pole.
There's even a better reason than that.
Oh?
There's no water in the lake.
It was things like this that caused his father to name him Booby.
It used to be Bobby, but Papa changed it.
But just then...
Help! Save me! Help!
Who are you?
I'm a brownie.
Isn't that a kind of a fudge cookie?
Right, but I'm the kind with a long gray beard, and right now it's caught on this branch.
Why, don't worry about that. I'll have you loose in a jiffy.
And with a mighty tug, he did just that.
Boy, I bet that's smart.
It sure makes the tears come to my ducts, I'll tell you that. But stick your head into that hole in the tree, and you shall have your reward.
That sounds kind of stupid even to me. Couldn't I just have a dime or something like that?
But he got no answer, for the little brownie disappeared before his very eyes. Deciding that he had nothing to lose, the boy did as the brownie told him. And when he pulled it out again, there was a bright red hat on his head. Returning home, Booby told his father what had happened.
It's once in a lifetime anybody gets to do a favor for a brownie, and all you get out of it is a red hat.
With a feather in it?
You should have gotten a magic ring, a chest of gold, even a rich princess.
A yellow feather?
You know, I sometimes wish you were an owl.
A yellow feather with a... Why do you say that, dear father?
Because at least owls are smart, very wise.
Oh, in that case, I wish I was an owl, too.
No sooner had the boy wished that he were an owl than he turned into an owl.
Ah, so that's it. The red hat is a wishing hat. It's worth a fortune. Booby, come back!
Off the man ran, and though he found owls in barns, in trees, and of course in the owl sanctuary west of the town, he didn't find a single owl wearing a red hat. He went next into the city, where he found the captain of the Royal Guard and some of his men.
Captain, have you seen an owl go by wearing a red hat?
No, can't say I have. Of course, I haven't been looking for owls wearing red hats.
Well, I've got to find him. I've just got to.
What's so important about finding an owl wearing a red hat?
He's my son.
I see. Grab him, boys.
Thinking the man daft, the captain had him seized and thrown into the royal dungeon for safekeeping. But shortly after midnight, the owl wearing the red hat flew in through the bars of the cell.
Booby! And what have you been doing?
I've been swooping down on mice in the fields. What have you been doing?
Never mind. That's a wishing hat the brownie gave you.
Really?
Certainly. How do you think you got changed into an owl?
Well, I didn't give it much thought.
You wouldn't. Quick now, wish yourself back like you were.
I wish I was Booby, formerly Bobby.
Yeah, it works like a charm. Now, wish us out of this dungeon, boy. We got work to do.
Booby did. And the following morning, they did go to work. Oh, yes, indeedy. The father thought of things to wish for, and Booby, wearing the red hat...
With a feather in it.
With a feather in it, did the wishing. They wished for fine clothes, chests of gold and diamonds, and a great castle to live in. By noon, they had everything in the world they could possibly wish for.
Well, that does it, boy. From now on, I live like a king. We're going to have a celebration.
A great feast was held at the castle, and only the most famous people of the land were allowed to attend.
So you got all this with a wishing hat, did you?
This is the hat on my head, and my name is Booby.
He means Bobby.
But, Papa, you said...
I changed it back again.
How utterly charming. I should love to see the hat work.
All right. Quiet, everybody. Bobby is going to make a wish for you.
Oh, very good, very good.
Well.
Go ahead, boy. Make a wish.
What shall I wish?
Oh, who cares? Wish anything.
Okay. I wish I was in the key.
Oh, no.
It was too late.
Booby, you come back here.
I thought you said his name was Bobby.
Not anymore, it isn't.
Bobby's wish had a far-reaching effect, for shortly after he vanished, so did everything else. And the father was once more a simple, ragged peasant.
I say, nasty bit of luck, old chap. Well, we must be running along now. Cheero!
Party pooper.
The father spent the rest of his life searching the woods for trap brownies. And what happened to Booby? Well, the wishing hat didn't work in Dixie. But he didn't care, for it was still a fine red hat.
With a feather in it.
He married, he settled down, and had 100 children. And his children's children had 100 children. Yes, there was to be a long line of Boobies. In fact, there are quite a few of them to this day. For some reason, they all seem to be on the freeway. Every night around 5 o'clock. It was many years ago that Snow White was married to Prince Charming.
Well, Snow Baby, how does it feel to be Mrs. Prince Charming?
Oh, wonderful. At least it beats living with those 7 dwarfs. Let's see, there was Scratchy, Itchy, Sleazy, Dirty.
Never mind, dear. I know their names.
The happy couple honeymooned in Atlantic City and then returned to set about the task of living happily ever after, just as the book said. What the book did not say, however, was that they soon had a fine son.
I shall name him Joe.
Joe White. Say, that's got a nice ring to it. Have a cigar, dear.
The years went by and Joe White grew into a fine, very handsome lad. Then the time came for him to go off into the world to seek his fortune.
Farewell, Mother. I'll write as soon as I learn.
And Joe White was on his way. Another thing that the book did not say was that the Wicked Queen also had a son that he grew up to be just like his mother.
Boy, am I good looking. I am handsome. Is that not true, Mother?
Oh, don't bother me, Virgil. Go ask the magic mirror, as I used to do.
And Virgil did.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the handsomest lad of all?
Virgil, that's his name. Ask me again and I'll tell you the same.
You'd better.
It had been some months since Joe White had gone out to seek his fortune, and things had not gone too well for the boy. He was tired and hungry. Now, some say that it was fate that brought him to the castle of the Wicked Queen, but actually, it was the sweet aroma of NBC peacock pie coming from the kitchen. That was when the trouble started, for upstairs...
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the handsomest lad of all?
And for the first time, the mirror answered...
You are handsome, it's very true, but young Joe White's much better than you.
Who?
Joe White, he's down in the kitchen.
Well, I'll just see about this.
And Virgil came face to face with Joe White.
It's true. You are better looking than me.
Yeah, I guess I am at that.
Virgil was furious.
Take Joe White into the forest and doom him.
Several hours later, however, Joe White was not doomed. He was soaking wet and walking through the woods when he chanced to meet one of the 7 dwarfs.
How'd you get so wet, boy?
The very nice captain of the guards took me out to the middle of the lake and then let me swim to shore.
Middle of the lake? Say, wasn't that a pretty hard swim for a young feller like you?
Oh, he wasn't so tough once I got out of that sack with the weights in it.
Meanwhile...
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me now who's best of all.
Boss, I cannot tell a lie. Young Joe White is still the guy.
But he can't be. He's been doomed.
But the mirror assured him that Joe White was very much alive and at that very moment was living in the forest with the 7 dwarfs. Furious, Virgil ran to the Wicked Queen.
Mother, mother, can I have a poison apple?
Now, son, you know I don't like your eating between meals.
But it's not for me. It's for Joe White.
Oh, well, in that case, they're in the icebox. Help yourself.
Early the next morning...
You be careful of strangers while we're gone, boy. Remember what happened to your mother?
Don't worry, I will, Dirty.
I'm Sleazy. That's Dirty over there.
And with that, the dwarfs went off through the forest singing their happy song. The dwarfs had only been gone a short while when...
Yes!
Greetings. I have a nice shiny apple for you.
Are you kidding? I'm not stupid enough to eat that thing.
Who says I'm going to let you eat it?
That afternoon, the 7 dwarfs returned singing their happy song. And found poor Joe White lying just as the wicked Virgil had left him.
It's Joe, and he's out cold.
And here's an apple. It happened again.
Sadly, the dwarfs took the boy to a soft glade in the forest where they put him down on a bed of flowers. There he slept for 2 years until one day a beautiful princess riding a white horse came into the forest.
Is this where the handsome Joe White sleeps?
Oh, we thought you'd never get here. There he is.
The princess went to the lad and softly kissed him on the cheek, whereupon Joe White's eyes opened.
What are you doing here? Go away, you're going to ruin everything.
Here now, that's no way to talk to a princess that you're going to live happily ever after with.
Don't be silly. This is Flo White.
Flo White? You mean?
Yeah, she's my sister.
Mother sent me to bring you home. She's afraid you'll catch your dad a cold sleeping out in the woods like this.
Riding double, the two rode off on the white horse. Many years have passed since then, and never did the 7 dwarfs see the wicked Virgil or Joe and Flo White again. But they didn't mind, for they knew, just as we do, that the whole thing was just a fairy tale anyway. Jack B. Nimble was his name, a sly-footed rascal who prowled through castle basements long after everyone had gone to bed. Jack was a man of discretion. He cared not for silverware or priceless objects of art. He was obsessed with taking one thing, care packages.
You might say that I am a, caretaker.
A thief would be more apropos. Snatching his prize, Jack dashed pell-mell into the night and later, in the confines of his underground hideaway, greedily devoured contents of the packages.
Ah, what foods these morsels be?
But as it comes to all men, so it came to Jack.
Indigestion?
No, capture.
Nimble, you have pilfered care packages for over half a century. Therefore, I hereby doth banish you to the North Country.
Those dreaded words, for in the olden days, the North Country was almost as bad as being exiled to Waukesha, Wisconsin. Jack pleaded, but lost his case. He had a one-way ticket and a mule with a short leg. Months later, weary and saddle-sore, he arrived in a strange village. Strange because all the villagers sat in the square, not moving, not saying a word, just waiting.
Waiting for what?
The fountain! The fountain!
In the very center of the square stood a fountain, but it wasn't running.
No, but I am. Oh, ho, ho! This place is like Cooksville.
Jack got halfway through a gateway and then froze. Why?
You tell him, narrator.
The fountain spurted up into the air and came splashing down on a very old man. Within seconds, he was transformed into a young man of 20.
That's a magic fountain.
During the course of a fortnight, Jack watched 123 souls not only get a bath, but receive such fringe benefits as health, wealth, and happiness. At last, Jack was the only one remaining.
Come on, fountain, come on. Wet me.
Obligingly, it did. And when it stopped, do you know what Jack had?
Wet hair.
Yes. There was no mysterious change. He was as penniless as before.
Fountain, you're a faker, a fraud, a Charlie Chan.
Hacking out a hole, he dug his way under the fountain and came to an underground chamber. There, beside a rusty old pump, stood a rusty old gnome.
I'm waiting for the A train.
Come now, don't josh me. You have been pumping water up to the fountain and making the people think it gave magic waters.
Look, Sonny, you got to admit it worked. Those people did things they never did before.
Oh, yes. But how about me?
Yes, how about you?
More angered than ever, Jack chased the gnome all around the chamber, eventually cornering him.
Wait. Don't do anything I'll be sorry for.
Unless you can think of a way to get me a fortune.
Like all gnomes, this one had a clever plan.
Busy rackadoo-lagga-ragga, splicka-chicka-jacka-nugga-nugga.
You heard me, folks. For 10 kazoos, you get splashed by the magic fountain and... What'd he say? And have your dreams come true. 10 kazoos, a tenth of a knaber.
Yes, Jack and the gnome went into business, and what a business it was. Jack B. Nimble got rich, the gnome got a sore back.
I do all the pumping, you do all the counting.
Oh, stop complaining. You're gonna be the richest gnome and say, where do you come from?
Alaska.
Gnome?
Fairbanks.
Keep pumping.
What a year it was. It looked as though Jack would be the J. Paul Getty of Fairyland. It looked that way.
Mister, I paid 10 kazoos, but this fountain hasn't splashed on me yet.
How long you been waiting?
4 months.
You, madam, are a very patient soul.
How about a refund?
How about you standing here while I go check on the fountain?
I keep pumping, but nothing comes out.
Well, must be dry. What'll I do?
Give her back her 10 kazoos.
But Jack had tasted riches and had no intention of returning the money. Instead, he grabbed a bucket of water.
All right, lady. Close your eyes, and a magic fountain will splash you.
Wonderful.
Jack heaved the water just as a sudden cold snap set in. Midway to its mark, the water froze.
Mr. Nimble, you have committed a very serious offense.
But, Your Honor, all I did was hit some dumb broad with a bucket of ice.
Allow me to introduce you to my wife, Gloria.
Give him life, Henry.
Jack got 30 years. Was he unhappy? Oh, my, no. You see, his cell window overlooked the village square. Every day, some poor soul would come and stand under the fountain waiting for it to splash. But Jack knew that the gnome had gone home to Fairbanks, and the fountain would never run again. This struck him as funny. It gave the village a bad name, and you spell it E-S-C-R-O. So the next time someone tells you to put your house in escrow, don't you do it. Once in a kingdom, on a street, there was a potter's shop. The reason that it was a potter's shop is because there was a potter inside who made pots. All day, every day, the potter made big pots, little pots, round pots, and square pots.
I don't know why I make these square pots. Nobody ever buys them.
Because his whole life was built around pots, the poor potter had developed a boiling temper. Each night when he'd finished his work, he would slam shut the door of his shop, grumble his way along the street.
Grumble, grumble.
Enter his house with a slam of the door, and say to his wife,
"Where's my dinner?"
On the table, dear.
Curds and whey? I hate curds and whey.
But, dear, you hate everything.
Huh? Oh, that's right. Give me a spoon, baby.
Then, when he'd finished dinner...
All right. Where is it?
Here it is, dear.
And his wife would hand him a pot that he would smash into a million pieces.
There. Now I can read the paper.
Following this, the potter's good wife would always say to him,
John, I do wish you'd do something about that temper of yours. It's going to get you into trouble someday.
He would answer,
"Bah!"
The following day, as he grumbled his way toward home,
Grumble, grumble.
He chanced to bump into a witch who was taking her sick bat to the veterinary. And, of course, he flew into a rage.
Why don't you watch where you're sneaking? Well, you witches are all alike. Hog the whole road if we'd let you. You don't scare me, and that goes for your bat. Furthermore...
Well, now, it was a short time later that the potter's wife was in the backyard gathering wood when...
My, John is home already.
And she hurried into the house.
Hello, John. Anything happen at work today?
Nothing that I would care to talk about.
Why, John, you've been turned into a frog.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice. What am I going to do, dear?
Hop yourself right back to that witch and tell her you're sorry. Maybe she'll take pity and break the spell.
Willing to try anything, the potter hopped off down the road to the witch's house. Unfortunately, that time of year was the season for witches, and he hadn't gone too far before he met a second witch.
Oh, goody, a horrid little frog. I think I'll turn you into an ogre.
No, I'll run and hide.
It was too late, for with a wave of her crooked stick, the old witch turned him into an ogre.
Nice job, even if I do say so myself. Well, now I can knock off for the day. Ta-ta.
Now the poor man was in more trouble than ever. And it wasn't over yet.
Hi, ogre.
Don't call me ogre. I hate being an ogre.
Oh, well, shucks, I can fix that for you.
You mean you'll change me?
Sure.
And she did. Into a troll.
There you go, kid. Now you can go live under a bridge and scare billy goats.
Even though he was now a troll, he didn't have the slightest interest in living under a bridge. All he wanted to do was to get home without meeting any more witches. But that, it seemed, was impossible.
Say cheese.
Don't say it. You were going to cast a spell on me.
How did you know?
A lucky guess.
And waving her wand, she cast the spell, turning him into a handsome prince.
Say now, things are looking up.
But not for long. For the witch that just turned him into a troll saw this, and she became very angry.
What's the idea of breaking my spell? When I change them into trolls, they stay trolls.
How dare you? I say handsome prince.
Troll.
Prince.
Troll.
The next time around for the prince, I am going to cut out.
Prince.
The second he turned into the handsome prince, off he ran as fast as he could go. He had made it to the town and was just a few blocks from home when...
Oh, you blockhead! You are a nut! Why don't you...
Too late. Too late did he realize that it was the same little witch who had turned him into a frog in the first place.
Ma'am, would it help to say that I'm sorry? I guess not.
Sadly, the potter went home to his wife, resigned to the fact that he would live out his days as a frog. This, of course, would have been a very unhappy ending, except that this is a fairy tale, and in fairy tales, beside witches, ogres, and the likes, there are good fairies.
Good, Potter. It was letting your temper boil over that got you into all of this trouble in the first place. But I think you've learned your lesson. Therefore, I will help you.
Boy, it sure feels good to get out of that wet skin.
And you, good wife, must always watch your husband to make certain that his temper never boils over again. Farewell.
Well, sir, the potter's wife did watch her husband. She watched him when he slept, watched him when he ate, and watched him from morning to night as he made pots in his pot shop. They lived happily from that day to this, and never again did he lose his temper, for, as we all know, a watched potter never boils. Once upon a time, many years ago, there was a man who, upon meeting a friend in the streets of the kingdom, said, "Achoo!" And his friend, knowing the proper thing to do, of course, said, "Gesundheit." At exactly the same time, in a land far to the east, there was another man who also met a friend on the street, and he said, "Achoo!" His friend, too, knew the proper thing to say, for he replied, "Hello, Charlie. How's tricks?" Yes, Achoo was his name. Achoo had many friends. Achoo had great wealth because Achoo had the only Chinese restaurant in town that served salami pizza. Achoo also had a fine son who greeted him one night with a question.
Honorable father, I should like to marry and settle down. May I have your worthy permission?
I must have time to think on such a heavy question. I shall give you my answer in the morning.
Achoo was unable to sleep that night. He tossed and turned in his bed, fighting to make the decision. By sunup the following day, he had made up his mind and gave the answer to his son.
No. My father wise as boiled owl, but can he give one reason why I cannot marry?
Yes.
And that all being?
To have a wife, one must have a house in which to put her.
Then, inexhaustible son, we'll find a house.
Wasting no time, the young man set off to do just that. He had not gone far when he came to a great river, and there, standing on the bank, he met an old man.
I must cross this river, young youth. Help me, and I shall tell you a secret of good fortune.
Knowing that a secret of good fortune could very well aid him in his quest, the lad agreed. But it was a rougher trip than what the aged one had expected. However, he kept his promise and told the young man the secret.
Yes. Oh, honorable, hooray! What a fine secret!
Following the old man's instructions, the boy hurried off into the forest, where he soon found a grove of lychee nut trees. Picking up one of the lychee nuts that had fallen to the ground, he cracked it open. And with a blinding flash, a fine house popped out. A short time later, he once again stood before his father.
No?
No.
What excuse to being this time? Excitable son has a fine house.
Yes, but there is still one thing you need before you can marry.
Dollar to chicken fly lice, he say a sweetie.
That thing is a sweetie.
You see? Honorable father, wait right here. Swift son, be right back.
Quickly returning to the grove of lychee nut trees, he selected the largest lychee nut he could find. Then, with a sharp rap, he cracked it open. And out popped the most beautiful maiden he'd ever seen.
Oh, hot diggy dog! That being a sweetie if ever I see one.
This time, Achoo found no further objections and at last gave permission for his son to marry. The wedding was held and there was a great celebration. Achoo's son was now the happiest young man in the land, but it wasn't until after the wedding that he realized that his new wife seemed different somehow. For the first thing she did when he took her to his house was jump into a corner, and stand on her head.
Big honorable pardon, but why is the former sweetie, present wife, a stand on head?
And she answered,
Why not?
unable to think of a good reason, he let it go. It was some time later that the young man, while returning from the marketplace with his purse jingling with coins, met a robber. Oh, he knew it was a robber because the rogue wore a mask and very clearly said,
"Stick 'em up!"
Fearing for his life, the lad streaked for home with the robber in hot pursuit. Dashing into the house, he quickly told his wife,
Dishonorable bad guy after me. Oh, please, do not tell him. Frightened husband is hiding with money in cookie jar.
Go away, please. I cannot tell you that frightened husband is hiding with money in cookie jar.
Oh!
A short time later, the robber and the money were gone. His wife was again standing on her head in the corner, but he didn't bother to ask her why. Instead, he said,
It's very cold. I wish to warm myself. Please, cookie wife, start a fire.
She did. It was in the bedroom, and the house was burned to the ground. This was more than the boy could stand.
Ooh, if I live to be 22, never again will I get a sweetie out of a lychee nut.
It was then that his wife did the strangest thing of all. She began to bake fortune cookies over a small open fire. What was so strange about it was that when he broke them open, there were real fortunes inside.
Oh, diamonds, rubies, gold, 1928 nickels, Wilkie buttons. I'm rich.
Yes, he was rich. And the more fortune cookies his wife baked, the richer he became. Of course, his wife still stood on her head from time to time, but the boy loved her, and he called her his bargain because she was 50% off. And they lived happily ever after. There once lived a king who almost became famous for inventing the game of golf. It occurred to him one day that it might be fun to strike a ball with a stick, so he did just that. The ball flew into the air, sliced, and fell into a deep thicket.
I goofed.
Each time he hit the ball, the same thing happened.
I goofed. I goofed. I goofed.
I beg your pardon, sire, but what is that you're doing?
Why, it's quite simple. I'm playing a round of goof.
He was close, but not close enough. He did, however, become famous for something else. It happened one morning as he was playing 17 holes of goof, when his ball, which sliced as usual...
If ever I catch the blockhead who broke my window,
I am the blockhead who broke your window, and you will what?
Your Highness, Well, I'll just have to say, you certainly are truthful.
The word of this deed spread through the kingdom like wildfire.
The king told the truth. Yes, we have a truthful king.
That wasn't all, for when the king said to the butcher,
I'm sorry that I broke your window, and I promise that I will pay for it out of the tax money.
Early the next morning,
Hear ye, hear ye! All butchers in this shop. It's time to pay the weenie tax.
Already? It seems like I paid the weenie tax just yesterday.
You did, but it's time again.
The butcher paid the king the 20-wrinkle weenie tax.
That is for the window I broke yesterday. The king kept his promise.
Kept his promise.
Kept his promise?
Thus it was that the king became famous. The king was very proud of this reputation, but it was soon to lead him into a tragic situation. For in the woods, just out of town, there lived an old witch who was the best evil witch in the land. One day, as she was in the woods walking her bat, she chanced to see the king who was out for his daily round of goof.
3!
And the witch fell in love.
Oh, boy, are you good looking.
Please, don't talk to me in my backswing.
That's a nasty slice you got there, but I don't care. I'll marry anyway.
What are you, a comedian or something?
No, I'm an ugly old witch.
I noticed that. Now go away. You're goofing up my goof game.
The witch knew that the only way she could get the king to marry her was by trickery. So, mixing a special brew, she was waiting when the king came out to play the following day. No sooner had she drunk the mixture when... she turned into a beautiful princess. When the king approached, looking for his goofball...
Pardon me, ma'am. Did you happen to see a... Boy, are you good looking?
I know. Do you want to get married?
Heck yes.
Promise?
I promise.
Happy as the king hurried her back to his castle to prepare for the wedding. Unfortunately, the spell that she had cast upon herself was a short one, and when the clock in the tower struck 12, the spell was broken.
Surprise, honey bun!
You! Oh, good grief, I'm a victim.
A handsome victim, and you still have to marry me because you promised.
It was true, for being the king who never broke a promise, he knew he was trapped. Quickly, calling a meeting of his royal advisors, he demanded that they find a solution to his problem.
There is only one way, Your Highness. You must get the magic wishbone from the Black Castle, but it will be very dangerous.
What kind of dangerous?
Well, you've got to defeat a dragon, a few ogres, you know, the usual thing.
Well, just tell me where to go. I'll do anything.
In less than an hour, the king was ready and on his way. The mere thought of having to keep his promise to marry the witch gave him the heart of a lion, and in less than 2 hours, he had defeated a dragon, an ogre, and a troll.
Hey, what's a big idea?
And a troll. Sighting the Black Castle, he dashed inside, and there, just as he had been told, he found the huge magic wishbone. He turned to his own castle just as his wedding to the witch was about to start.
Come on, sweetie. They're playing our song.
Wait a minute. Before we go, I want to make a wish.
A wishbone? How nice.
Ready?
Ready, honey bun.
They gave a tug. And just as it usually happens in fairy tales, the good guy got the biggest half.
I got my wish!
Good for you, honey bun. What did you wish?
I wish that I had never promised to marry you. So now I have never promised to marry you, and I don't have to marry you without breaking a promise, if you know what I mean.
As confusing as it was, she did know.
Why, you... Well, just for that, I'm going to cast a spell on you that folks will talk about for years.
And when the smoke cleared, she had disappeared. Well, now, it goes without saying that the king never made another promise. He played goof happily ever after. And one day, he even made a hole-in-one.
I goofed.
Once upon a time, there was a young prince who ventured into the woods in search of game. Somehow, during the course of the day, he became lost, for he found himself in a part of the forest where he had never been before. He was tired and hungry, and it was growing very late. Just then, he saw a light, and there, a short distance away, stood a great castle. Rushing up the path, he knocked on the huge door.
If you're selling weird story magazines, we don't want any. Go away.
Wait. I am a handsome prince who has lost his way. Could you spare a 32-course feast in a master bedroom for the night?
A prince? Well, in that case, come in. You're just in time for dinner.
Taking the lad by the hand, the king led him inside. When they entered the main dining room, the prince was shocked at what he saw. There were 7 chickens sitting around the table. And they, along with the king, proceeded to peck away at the dishes of corn that sat before them.
Eat, boy, eat. What's the matter? You haven't pecked a thing on your plate.
I'm suddenly not hungry.
Oh, that's too bad.
Now, what's that, Florence? Oh, this is very funny.
What happened?
Florence just told a joke.
That's all.
Son, I'm glad you came along. I've got a problem.
Yes, I noticed that.
The king went on to tell the prince an incredible tale of how a witch had come to his castle one dark day and cast an evil spell that had turned all his loving daughters into chickens.
Oh, so that's it. Those chickens 7 are your daughters.
No, 6 of the chickens are my daughters. The 7th one is the witch herself.
And here comes the plot.
Right you are. The spell on my daughters cannot be broken until I can discover which of the 7 chickens is the witch.
Well, now, this is the sort of thing that all handsome princes wait for. The next morning, he got up with the chickens and set about his task.
It's no use, my boy. Chickens have a nasty habit of looking just alike.
Well, that's true, but they don't think alike. The one that's the witch thinks like a witch.
With a plan in mind, the prince soon had disguised himself as a beautiful maiden.
Your mascara is running, and what's the plan?
Simple. I pretend like I'm Snow White. There isn't a witch in the world that can resist a setup like that. Watch this.
Lining up the 7 chickens, the prince, in his Snow White suit, ran through the courtyard proclaiming to the top of his voice,
I am Snow White. I do so hope that any witch around here that is disguised as a chicken won't give me a poison apple.
None of the 7 chickens paid the slightest bit of attention. But an ogre that happened to be casing the castle did. He saw that this was a chance to cop what he thought was a fair maiden, which he wasted no time in doing. But just then, a handsome knight chanced to arrive on the scene and rushed to the rescue.
Never fear, fair beauty. I shall save you.
With that, the knight flew at the ogre. The prince was saved and his troubles were over. Almost.
Ah, fair maiden, you are truly lovely.
I know, but knock it off, knight. I'm not a maiden.
Your eyes, your lips, your...
Okay, you asked for it.
Aha, the lady has fire. Wait, dear one, wait, come back.
The prince was not used to running with the dress on, but he did manage to make it back to the castle well ahead of the pursuing knight.
What happened?
Never mind. Help me out of this fair maiden disguise before anything else happens.
But before they could do this, the 7 chickens came clucking into the courtyard and gathered round the prince to see what the commotion was.
Girls, not now. Go away.
The prince grabbed a broom and started swinging to shoo them away. All chickens being afraid of brooms, they scattered like, chickens. That is all but one. That chicken snatched the broom from the prince, hopped on, and flew it around and around.
Your Highness, look at that.
Must say I never saw a chicken do that before.
Of course not. Only witches fly brooms, so that's the chicken that is a witch.
The prince had guessed the secret, and the spell was broken. Not only did the witch turn back into a witch, but the 6 chickens were turned back into the king's beautiful daughters.
Party pooper!
My boy, you did it. As a reward, I'm going to give you a chest of gold and any daughter you wish to be your bride.
Heavens, it's going to be hard to choose. They're all so beautiful.
Unfortunately, however, before he could make up his mind, the knight, who still thought the prince was a fair maiden, galloped in and swept him off his feet.
Now, lovely one, you and I, we fly away together. Up, up and away!
No!
Well, now, needless to say, the poor prince did not get the chest of gold, and he was never to get one of the beautiful daughters to be his bride. Of course, his mother had told him that there would be days like that, but she had forgotten to warn him about the nights. Once upon a time, there was a father who had 2 sons. One son, Swinburne, was very brilliant, but his other son, Maynard, was rather slow.
It's not so much that I'm smarter. It's just this terrible void in his makeup.
Don't tell me.
No. It's time you faced up to it, Maynard. You don't shudder. Everybody shudders at one time or another, but you, Maynard, oh no, you don't shudder.
Well, you'd better start shuddering, and darn soon. I'm not going to have any son of mine staying here, eating my food, who won't do the one thing I tell him to, which is to shudder.
I suppose you think I don't try. I put icicles down my back. I watch Thriller on TV. Nothing makes me shudder. I just don't possess that one noble emotion of man, fear.
Well, you're going to learn fear, and darn soon. I want you to spend the night with Oscar.
Oh, I say, you mean the man who lives in that deserted windmill with the bats? Ooh, that's spooky.
Look at your brother, Maynard. He's shuddering already. Now, why can't you be a good boy like him? Shudder a little.
So Maynard's father took him to the deserted windmill, where Oscar assured him that by the end of the night, Maynard would come home cured. Later that night, Oscar put on a sheet and started to moan. But instead of shuddering, Maynard pushed him down the stair.
You're right. He don't shudder.
Well, that does it. Out, Maynard, out.
So Maynard was driven from his home because he didn't know what fear was.
Gee, I guess Swinburne and Daddy are sitting down to dinner now. If I could only have learned to shudder, I'd be having dinner with them, too.
Did you say shudder?
Yes, I do not possess that seventh sense, fear.
Maybe you tremble a little.
Nope,
Get a little goose pimply?
not a pimple.
Shake, hair stand on end, knees canuck.
No.
I think you are just the kind of nut the king is looking for. He has a job for you.
How's the pay?
All the gold in the kingdom and his daughter thrown in to boot.
Sick leave, vacation pay?
No, but you can take as long as you like for coffee breaks.
Hey, I'll take it.
Do you see that big castle on the hill?
Uh-huh.
Well, the king lives in that shack right next to it.
Too much upkeep running the big place, huh?
Oh, no. But let's let the narrator explain that, shall we?
Oh, thank you so much, yes. Well, the fact of the matter was that the king was living in the shack because he was scared to death of a giant ogre who had taken over the castle and delighted in frightening the king.
Oh, there's no escaping that evil ogre. Just listen to my heart.
That's the door, sire.
If it's that ogre, I'm not at home.
It's another applicant, sire.
Hey, I understand that you got an opening that pays pretty well.
Oh, yeah. The job is to stay the night in my castle. You know, kind of a night watchman. If you can stick through the night, you can have all the gold in my kingdom and my daughter to boot.
And long coffee breaks.
Maynard took the job as night watchman and entered the huge castle.
Oh, boy, maybe this is it. Maybe this time I'll shudder. Let's see. Pulse normal, respiration normal, heartbeat normal, mental attitude, boredom. Oh, well. Oh, for me? Why, thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I got something for you. There you are.
Listen, Charlie, would you give me my head back?
Oh,
Yeah, now you done it. I got a nasty cold in the head.
Gesundheit. Gee, that's a shame, fella. I know how those summer colds can hang on.
But this is winter.
That's why you want to take care of it, or the first thing you know,
Zit. But I'm too young to die. What did I do?
try one of these 7-way cold tablets. You'll find relief just seconds away.
Ooh, I can't breathe again. I feel fine, and suffering did not upset my liver.
And because for the first time in the ogre's life he was in a dramatization, he turned back to his original form, which was a bunny rabbit, and was heard of no more. The king was able to move back into his castle.
And here, Maynard, is your pay.
Oh, thank you, sire, but I'm still a little depressed, like. You see, I didn't learn to shudder.
And here's my daughter to boot.
When Maynard saw the king's daughter for the first time in his life, he started to shudder. For you see, Maynard was afraid of girls. But all's well that ends well, because Maynard shuddered so hard that he invented a famous dance. In fact, if you look around, you'll find that people are doing it today. They call it the twist.
Voot!